I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of Fairfax Town Council, September 7th, 2022. Michelle, will you please do a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Goddard?
I'm here.
Councilmember Kohler?
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Here.
Vice Mayor Cutrano?
Present.
And Mayor Hellman?
I am here. Thank you.
All present.
We recently had closed sessions on August 9th and September 7th. There's nothing to report out on either. Councilmember Kohler, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Sure. I'm sorry, I have papers in front of me. Okay. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to meeting protocol, the mayor shall maintain order at the meeting. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain standards of tolerance and civility. The town council will review the agenda at 10 p.m. to ascertain which items, if any, will be continued to another meeting. Any matter not started by 11:30 p.m. will be continued to an adjourned or regular council meeting unless the council votes to suspend this rule. As far as announcements,
Madam Mayor, excuse me, did you want to get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I'll second your motion, Councilmember Kohler.
okay, thank you. I heard motion Kohler, second Cutrano.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard?
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano?
Yes.
And Mayor Hellman?
Yes, thank you. Moving on to announcements, we have a community workshop pertaining to the housing element update on September 10th. This will be held in the pavilion from 2 to 4 p.m. There's no registration required, and we really invite you to join and be part of the process. We have multiple vacancies on our boards and commission, although I'm happy to advise we just appointed someone to the Climate Action Committee, so that's very exciting. There's a deadline to apply for the Planning Commission of September 15th. I think we have 2 openings, is that right? 2 vacancies?
There's only one vacancy currently.
One vacancy. We have opportunities on our Park and Rec Commission, on the Volunteer Board, as well as the Open Space Committee. And I wanted to make sure the community knows we have our town picnic on the 18th. It's going to be very special, and I hope you can make it. Do any of my colleagues have announcements before we proceed? Seeing none. Okay, moving on to introduction. I'm really delighted to introduce our new Public Works Director, Lauren Umbertis. Heather, would you like to take it away?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce the entire community to Lauren Umbertis, who just turned on his camera, so thank you very much. Lauren comes to us with a great deal of experience in public works. He is just recently from the city of Sausalito, having worked there and executed a number of very important public works projects over the last 11 years there. He also has a background in private sector construction, project management. So I'm very excited to welcome Lauren and he's already dug in, and really gotten started on some of our bridges and pavement and getting ready for storm season. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lauren to say hello.
Good evening, everyone. And again, my name is Lauren Umbertus. I know my last name is a little hard, so no one in my family knows how to quite say it correctly, so you won't get it wrong if you say it oddly, but it is just Umbertus. And I just want to say thank you to everyone, Heather, especially for bringing me on board. I am very excited about working for Fairfax. Some of you I've met before. But I very much look forward to being here for a long time and doing a lot of great things. And so far, I've had a wonderful experience in my first 2 weeks. So I'm very excited.
Wonderful. Councilmember Kohler.
I just want to say welcome, Lauren. We're really excited to have you with us, and you got a lot of work to do. So you better go back to work. I'm just kidding. No, there's a whole lot of fun things and challenging things to work on, and we're glad you're here. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. And I'm happy that your previous predecessor, two predecessors ago, as an interim public works director, got your phones working. So you're off to a good start.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that, welcome. And we've been waiting for you for 12 years, but no pressure.
Thank you.
Very glad to have you here.
I'll second what Councilmember Goddard just said.
Yeah. Lauren, welcome again. I enjoyed our driving tour yesterday.
Yes, thank you.
Hope that was valuable for you. And do I take public comment on this item? Okay, let's open it up for public comment.
Okay, I see one raised hand. This is for public comment on this particular item. It's not open time yet. And oops. And the hand disappeared. Okay.
All right.
I don't see any
public comment on this item. So thank you again. Welcome and enjoy.
Yes, and just to finish up, I would very much like to spend some time with each one of you and have an opportunity to meet with you. So I do have a phone number, as you guys pointed out. I am in the corporation yard. I'm available to meet and talk and walk and do anything that you would like. So please reach out and let me know what your concerns are. Let me know what your thoughts are, and then we'll go from there. Like you said, we do have lots of things to do. Public works never ends. It always has more things to do. So I'm ready to go.
Nice. Okay, well, you're welcome to stick around.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to the second item in the introduction section, and this is a proclamation honoring Camille Esposito. And I did see she is on with us. So
Camille, can I promote you to panelist?
absolutely.
Okay.
The Town of Fairfax Proclamation honoring Camille Esposito for her service to the Town of Fairfax. Whereas Camille Esposito has served the Town of Fairfax as a public servant for nearly 17 years. And whereas Camille Esposito founded Fairfax's own recreation department in 2005 and built it from the ground up. And whereas Camille's children were always by her side and helped inspire Camille's playful and creative approach to local programming. And whereas Camille's original vision for recreation in Fairfax shaped and continues to be the model and gold star for equity and access to recreation. And whereas Camille's commitment to affordable programming for all income groups and free classes for seniors has made Fairfax inclusive and welcoming for all community members. And whereas in 2009, Camille teamed up with Sustainable Fairfax as one of the founders of the Craft Fair and built a spectacular holiday tradition in Fairfax. And whereas Camille's commitment to local craftspeople and artists with a focus on sustainability made the craft fair an attraction for shoppers from far and wide. And whereas Camille worked diligently to support the development and establishment of the Recreation and Community Services Department for the town. Whereas Camille was always willing to take on more roles, and in 2018 took over the town's communication and marketing efforts, including the building and launch of a new town website, adding social media accounts, publishing various committee newsletters, and the town newsletter itself. And whereas Camille's around-the-clock communication support during the COVID pandemic helped to not only inform, but also connect the community. It also established a weekly town newsletter. And whereas Camille, the artist, blended professionalism and creativity in all of her many roles. And whereas Camille gave selflessly of her time by participating in the many projects of Park and Rec, including the Perry Park cleanups, the 2014 playground upgrades, and the 2020 renovations, the spring egg hunt in Bolinas Park, and the holiday craft fair and wreath making, just to name a few. Whereas Camille is loved and admired by her fellow community members and colleagues and will be dearly missed by all. Now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed that the Fairfax Town Council extends its appreciation and gratitude to Camille Esposito for her time, energy, care, and dedication to the town. And be it further proclaimed that September 7th is Camille Day in the town of Fairfax. And be it further proclaimed that Fairfax is a better place because of Camille. Wasn't expecting to get emotional, but there you have it.
Whereas I'm officially embarrassed and very grateful. Oh, thank you so much. I've meant to write a letter to all of you, and my life has been crazy. But I don't even know how to express the gratitude of what Fairfax has been, and the town council is. I wish that everyone knew how much love and energy you guys put into the town, and that's why we have what we have. So thank you so much, and thank you for honoring me. I appreciate it.
Or do you want to go ahead, Renee? Go ahead, Renee. You're on mute.
Do you want to go to public comment and then come back to us?
We could do that.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm going to open public comment on this item.
right, any members of the public wanting to speak on this item only, which is Camille, please raise your hand. I see one, and that is Jody Timms. You're unmuted now.
Good evening, Camille and Town Council. I, of course, want to thank you so much. I've worked with you for 8 years on Age Friendly, and you're just so skilled and so sweet, and have been such a huge part of the promotion and development. And I didn't of Age Friendly, and I didn't even realize that other part of your background before I got to know you. But I just want to tell you, I'll miss you dearly. I appreciate so much all that you did, and not only for Age Friendly, but for the whole town, the newsletter, climate action, all the wonderful things that you've done. And I wish you just the very, very best. And we're not really losing you. You're staying local. So congratulations, and thank you so ever much.
Thank you, Jody.
And the next speaker is JDF. You're unmuted now.
Yeah, hi there. So I just wanted to cast my my public comment in favor of people having the ability to have affordable housing in the town of Fairfax.
Hi there, excuse me, JDF. We are honoring Camille right now. This is not the time to speak on this matter.
Oh, I very much apologize. I thought
No
you just
problem.
ADF. I misunderstood entirely. I'm sorry.
No problem.
The next speaker is Ann Manis, and Ann, you're unmuted now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Well, I helped write a bit of the proclamation, so a lot of it is in there. And I guess I just wanted to say publicly, I mean, Camille knows how much I love her and what a superstar she is really to the town of Fairfax, and what heart she brought, you know, to the town and to the community. It's rare to have such a community-minded person, you know, on staff. And I'm just so grateful for her dedication and love. So you will be so missed. You know, I will be so sad without you. But anyway, thank you, Camille, for everything. And I know we'll be in touch.
I don't see any other hands, so I'll close the public comment. And Councilmember Goddard, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Camille. I, as Stephanie started to get emotional, I definitely got goosebumps, and my wrists and palms are very sweaty right now, because I really can't believe that I'm not going to get to see you and rap with you and plan with you and vision all the fun things that go on in this town. And I think it's really important for the public to know that when I first started teaching music classes, when my daughter was like 2 and she's 21 next week, and Camille had only her first child, actually not even yet, she brought her son to my music class and then her daughter. And all we were was a little tiny tag along of San Anselmo Recreation. And we used to have a little tiny spot in the big San Anselmo Recreation catalog. And Camille and another wonderful woman named Jessica decided that we needed our own style, our own brand, and it needed to be able to include absolutely everyone. And they did it. And the vision started with a play group, and it grew into something so beautiful and unique, and it is enduring. And Camille, it couldn't have happened without you. And we really, every once in a while, we go, wow, we've got this department, but you know, we're our own people here. So if you want to talk about doing something local, doing something to champion your community, doing it out of love, and then making it a job, okay? You were getting paid back then. You are the shining star. And I miss you already. And I will carry you deeply in my heart forever, and we'll have lunch soon. So thank you a million.
We can always talk about trash and things.
Councilmember Kohler.
Well, Camille, it's great to see you. And I know I'm going to miss you. You've been so patient. I remember when we launched our new website and you worked with me diligently on some of the details on one part of the website, and never lost patience and just kept plugging away. And as we changed your role to do more communications, I think you really took that on with a zeal and really helped us. And so while there's a lot of other folks that contributed to the website, Michelle Gardner and others, I think you really helped kind of shape the look and feel, and we're always responsive when I ask for things. So thank you for that. We'll totally miss your laughter. You have a great laugh and your dedication to the town. And I'm going to cry too. So, thank you for all your years of service.
Oh, thank you, Barbara. Same. I mean, I admire you so much for what your thoroughness and your care for the town is just unparalleled. And I have such deep respect for you, and all of our council members really understand how hard you guys work. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Well, Camille, thank you. I've learned much more about the history of all the incredible things you've done, the things that I might have taken for granted that you actually envisioned a long time ago, and along with others. So thank you for all of that, but I just especially have thought of your work with the communications. We really had some work to do in that area a few years ago, and you took it on, and it's just had such a beneficial effect. It's just so much improved, I believe, with the newsletter, the website, and just people coming to meetings well informed about what we're talking about and able to make our process so much clearer and more successful. So thank you so much. The repercussions of something like that go well beyond anything that you might have even been thinking of when you started it. So thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a huge accomplishment. I know the challenges that we faced, and it's wonderful to leave that legacy and to pass it to Rebecca, to have the help that we're having now, and to know that you guys might be even better off in the end. So I'm so proud of it and happy that it will continue. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Camille. Yeah, just to piggyback on all the amazing things that have already been said. Yeah, just thank you so much for everything you've given to this community, and it's going to pay dividends moving forward. All the comm stuff, all the website stuff. I remember being on the open space committee and trying to figure out how we would transfer, because we had our own independent website and there was all sorts of stuff. And yeah, you really, as Councilmember Kohler said, you really were patient with us as we moved through it. And to that, to that point, I just wanted to thank you for, both during my time on the council, but also before that, volunteering and just trying to figure out how to get more involved. I really appreciated the collaborative spirit you brought to any engagement that we had, and just the level of respect and friendliness that you brought. It was like a model of, public service and how people, I think, imagine their town staff to be in a community like Fairfax. So thank you for bringing so much Fairfax to Fairfax.
Aww. Thank you, Chance. I so appreciate that you have brought so much energy to the council, and I will have to watch from afar, you being mayor, but it's really amazing to see, because we need new people to come in, and there's like an older generation that has served for so long, but you represent a new wave, and that's really, really important. So thank you. And always speaking up for the renters and the apartment dwellers in Fairfax. Very important. So thank you.
Camille, I just wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed working with you, and particularly during COVID, when things were changing every day and it was such a dynamic environment, and you just always rolled with it and with such positivity. And I really enjoyed learning more about you through this proclamation. And you really do embody the spirit of Fairfax. And I really hope we see you at our events. This is not goodbye. And I think change is hard, but it's also really healthy. And this move for you is a growth opportunity, and it recognizes all your amazing accomplishments. So I'm actually really excited for you, because I know it's going to bring really good things for you and your family. So congratulations and thank you. And it's not goodbye, because we hope and expect to see you around.
Yes, I will still come to Fairfax, I promise. But thank you so much. I know the pandemic was the crowning jewel, I think, in the 3 kids home for school, me working in my garage, and yet somehow we all did it. And that was amazing. So you and Renee and at the time, Garrett, just really, we all worked around the clock to make sure everybody was okay. And that's amazing. So thank you.
Okay. So you're welcome to stay for the rest of our meeting.
I'll listen to the meeting. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right.
Mayor, I just have one suggestion that I know we want to get started on the just cause and the rent stabilization, but I know Stan Rosenfeld is in the audience for item 17, which is just prostate cancer awareness month. And I'm wondering if we could just do that very quickly so that he could move on. I think we're going to be here a few hours. Just a request.
Yeah, and I think we do need to offer some clarity. That's fine, Barbara. Thank you for that. I do think we need to offer some clarity because I think there are some folks here to provide comment for items not on the agenda. And so just for clarity, that's going to take place after item number 3, which is the community forum on rent stabilization and just cause eviction, just to set expectations. So
Could I make a
are
motion?
you suggesting to move public comment above that, or are you?
No, I'm just suggesting that we pull item 17, the Prostate Awareness Month proclamation, off of consent and move it before the just cause rent stabilization, just to give Stan a few moments to say something so he can move on to the rest of his life.
Okay, and am I permitted to, or can we move the public comment before item number 3?
If you mean the open time,
Yeah, sorry, open time.
if you'd like to do that, I can add that to my motion.
I would like to do that.
So my motion would be move item 17 off of consent and do that after item 2, and then move open time for public expression after item 17 before number 3.
Okay,
I'll second.
Would you like a roll call vote?
yeah, like a roll call vote.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh, motion Kohler, second Goddard, and Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Ayes all, motion passes.
So with that, Michelle, do you want to present item number 17?
Certainly. It's it was brought to us, but I'm sorry.
Go
Yes.
ahead.
It was brought to us. It's brought every year by Stan, who is just a wonderful man. And actually, I think he'll say a few words, and he has all the facts and figures at his fingertips, unlike me. So if I suggest we go to public comment and let Stan go ahead. It's a proclamation declaring this month Prostate Cancer Awareness Month.
That's right. Okay, let's open the public comment on this, please.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak on this item number 17, which is declaring this month of September Prostate Cancer Awareness Month? And I see Stan's hand. I'm gonna unmute you. You're unmuted now.
Thank you. You guys are too nice. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Barbara, thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's so thoughtful. So maybe you'll read the proclamation later, but basically what we're telling the people in the audience, the people watching and your friends, that too many people are dying from prostate cancer, and early detection saves lives. And all it really takes is a simple blood test called the PSA test. And you should really start taking it about the age of 45, you men, and I guess trans women. And women, your loved ones with prostates, they should do this also. So at age 45, when you just go for your regular medical checkup, just add a PSA test to your cholesterol and whatever else you get. And it's never too late to do it. Maybe if you're 90, it's too late to do it. But 45, 50, 55, 60 is not too late. But starting at 45, the survival rate is 99% when prostate cancer is detected early. And it drops way, way down to a way more deadly disease, so that 30,000+ men in the United States and dozens of men in Marin County are projected to die from prostate cancer this year. So thank you very much for putting me on and give me a minute.
Thank you for promoting awareness on this, Mr. Rosenfeld. Really appreciate it. Does council have any?
There is one other raised hand, although I'm not sure, and that is Essence Goldman. Not sure if you were raising your hand for this item.
I was raising my hand to speak on the topic of rent control.
Not yet, thank you.
Okay. I didn't know if it had passed the time because I was late. Thank you.
Go
That's
ahead,
all.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Well, I'll just express my appreciation to Stan for bringing this up every year. And it really is a serious issue. A very, very good old friend of mine now has prostate cancer that is fairly aggressive. And I don't know how long he's been doing PSA tests, but my father had it as well. It's definitely there. And they say every man will eventually get prostate cancer if he lives long enough. And it's just so treatable that I really appreciate this message. It's important for people to hear. So thank you.
I'm not sure I closed the public comment,
Oh, that's true.
so I'm closing the public comment.
Could I make a motion? Could I make a motion to adopt the proclamation for designating September 2022 Prostate Cancer Awareness Month?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion Kohler, second Ackerman. Roll call vote, Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes,
Ayes all.
thank you. We are moving on to the public, open time for public expression for items not on the agenda. For clarity, this is not the time to speak on rent control or just cause or any other items listed on the agenda. This is to hear from the public on items not on the agenda.
Okay, and with that, it looks like the couple of hands raised. The first speaker is Jody Timms, and you're unmuted now.
Good evening, council members and mayor again. Just want to quickly mention, as the chair of the Climate Action Committee, I think all of us are probably really registering that we have a problem globally and certainly locally with our heat dome, not to mention drought, et cetera. So I just wanted to encourage everyone to learn about and think about getting a heat pump. And chances are you already have a heat pump because you have a refrigerator. So it's the same technology, but I think probably many of us are thinking about air conditioning if we don't already have it. And that would involve a HVAC or a heat pump in replacing furnaces and also water heaters. So this is important technology for all of us to learn about because it will take us off of fossil fuels. And that is really, really an urgent task that we need to undertake, not only in our town, but obviously across the whole planet. So I just want to wish everyone well. Please go to a cooling center if you need to at 110, 111. We know what it's like now to really have that in our homes. So just want to encourage everybody to educate yourself and to make that transition to heat pump technology when you can. I know it's expensive. There are lots of programs coming and funding coming. It's been an incredible last few weeks around national initiatives to support climate action, and obviously also in our state of California. So stay tuned, because I think there will be some funding, more and more funding. We've got a pilot program going in Fairfax soon around heat pumps. So just a heads up and stay cool. Thank you, everyone.
The next speaker is Kendra Scott. And Kendra, you're unmuted now. You might have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. I would like to begin, but thank you for letting me speak. I also wanted to mention that I'm speaking on behalf of a number of people, which I believe gives me a little bit more time to speak, more than 3 minutes. My name is Kendra Scott. I am speaking on behalf of the residents of Spruce Road, specifically the 12 homes which border Fairfax Lumber. The issues we're talking about regarding Fairfax Lumber go back 20 plus years. The residents of Spruce Road have been asking Fairfax Lumber to be a responsible neighbor for decades. Our complaints are on record dating back to the summer of 2000. We are here tonight to reiterate our complaints and once again get them on public record. To be clear, we are not asking the town to intervene in a dispute between us and Fairfax Lumber. Rather, we are demanding that the town compel Fairfax Lumber to comply with town ordinances regarding nuisance. Our nuisance complaints today are the same as they were then. 1, fugitive dust pollution, public nuisance, as defined by Code 1.12.005, town definition of nuisance. 2, disturbing the peace pursuant of Code 1.12.030. And 3, property owner responsibilities pursuant of Code 1.12.055. Regarding fugitive dust, we've shared with you a 3-minute video of what regularly occurs at Fairfax Lumber. Dust is continuously kicked up in the lumberyard. The residents of Spruce Road have been subject to this pollution and have consistently asked Fairfax Lumber to employ widely accepted best management practices. Their malpractice in dust control is injurious to our health, and it interferes with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property by a neighborhood as defined exactly by your town code. Regarding disturbing the peace, we would also like to point out to you that Fairfax Lumber regularly receives deliveries as early as 5:30 a.m. These deliveries hours are also a public nuisance pursuant to town ordinance 1.12.030, disturbing the peace. No person shall willfully disturb the peace and quiet of any neighborhood or person in the town by emitting or causing any loud or unusual noises. To our knowledge, the neighbors of Good Earth also complained about early deliveries. The town should be consistent and enforce business hours only deliveries for Fairfax Lumber. Regarding property owner responsibilities, lastly, as you know, PG&E have been removing trees per wildfire prevention and vegetation management. Subsequently, Spruce Road has lost a large percentage of trees and greenery that act as a partial barrier to Fairfax Lumber's fugitive dust pollution. We feel the town should push Fairfax Lumber to remedy this nuisance with a proper, solid 8-foot fence and additional greenery with irrigation. There's code on this book on the books pertaining to this. It's 1.12.055, property owner's responsibilities. It shall be the duty of the owner and of the responsible party occupying or having charge or control of any parcel of land, improved or unimproved, to maintain such parcel of land free of any nuisance and or nuisance condition at all times. We have provided detailed information on the health issues caused by fugitive dust. Fairfax Lumber has long been negligent in avoiding implementing reasonable practices to contain their pollution. Individually, we have all complained to them over the years, but now that we are neighbors working together on this matter, we have noticed that and documented the commonality of our respiratory issues in both children and adults. You should care that a local business is making residents in your town sick. You should apply the ordinance that you have at your disposal to protect your residents. As a town that prides itself on sustainability and climate action, we request that you take a more active role to enforce the nuisances. In our estimation, this is not a disagreement between neighbors. Fairfax Lumber is in violation of town codes and ordinances. The town needs to enforce these codes. We have reported complaints to the Bay Area Quality Management District, but this is a separate enforcement effort, and it shouldn't relieve the town of its obligations to enforce its own nuisance ordinance. We will not be deterred, and as such, we request to formally be added to your agenda in October to discuss how the town will enforce these public nuisance complaints. We have garnished the necessary signatures to a petition that we will file first thing in the morning and to be put on the agenda. It is our expectation at the upcoming council meeting that the town attorney will be prepared to report back with enforceability options. With that, I thank you for your time tonight.
And the next speaker is Wynn Richards, followed by Joe McGarry. Wynn, you're unmuted now.
I'm sorry, I was going to talk on rent control and somehow my hand got.
That's okay.
Just ignore
Almost
me.
there.
Okay, the next speaker is Joe McGarry, and this is open time. Joe, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, Council. As election season starts, I'd like to take a moment to discuss access to town council seats and the difficult position we find ourselves in as the working class continues to be hammered by capitalism here in Marin. I spoke with quite a few members of the working class here in Fairfax this summer about the prospect of them running for town council. Many young great minds, some who are members of the global majority, folks who would have brought an incredible new perspective to our town government that was centered in a lived experience that is very different from the historical economic resume of town council members in Fairfax. None of them could even seriously consider it, as they could not financially afford to create the capacity they felt that was necessary to put in the work that was required to participate in government in our town. It was a profound statement for multiple people to make. As I look at this council and at the list of candidates running this year, I see a theme of white property owners. And if I were to look at tax returns, I would imagine a certain level of accumulated wealth. I'm not making a judgment, simply an observation. In campaign finance statements, one of our current candidates, Cindy Swift, had the means to loan her campaign $5,000. There were no rules broken there, but I still find it troubling, as I know none of the folks I approached about running could have ever pulled off a financial transfer of that magnitude. I do feel the need to call out the incredible exception to this economic profile that we are so fortunate to have on our council, Vice Mayor Catrano. But as one looks across the political landscape of Marin, he is most definitely an outlier. The problem is that when you rely solely on the empathy of white, wealthy property owners to create change that betters the life of those marginalized by capitalism and institutionalized racism, there is a low ceiling for what can be accomplished. It is only through the actual representation of the lived experience of the working class and people of the global majority that we can break through that ceiling and truly make significant improvements to the lives of our most vulnerable. The cup of empathy reaches a capacity where one's lived experiences is infinite. If this council truly wants to grant access to the voices you all say you are committed to centering and uplifting, I'd ask that you find a way to create a need-based salary or scholarship for those who cannot afford to serve our town as council members. It is a radical idea, but if we truly want diverse representation on this council and the chance to make profound change, we need to address the financial disparity that prevents certain groups from running for seats on the council and creates an economic echo chamber of ideas that relies solely on constant empathy, which is not sustainable for continued large impact initiatives. We need to make a change. Thank you for considering.
I see no more raised.
I'm going to close open time for public expression.
Madam Mayor, there's one raised hand. It's Mark Bell.
Okay.
And Mark, you're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. I wanted to go back to what happened at one thing that happened in open time at the last meeting, and I think happened before that. Had a member of the public making a comment, and he asked that the mayor at least pretend that she was interested instead of looking at her cell phone, which at the end prompted Council Member Catrano to make a comment about civility. So let's look at some of these rules of civility. You start out the meeting, once you get past the psychobabble walk speak of your land acknowledgement, what it's really calling most people in Fairfax thieving racists. I don't know, it doesn't seem that civil to me. Let's go back to a joint meeting of the Res J and the town council. While a member of the public was speaking very politely, a member of the Res J held up a sign telling her to read a book. in a way, she was calling her or implying that she was an ignorant white racist. Of course, most white racists or supremacists are ignorant, but not in this case. She was totally out of line. She was intolerant of hearing anything besides her own position. The only one person on this council made a comment about that. At another Res J meeting, one of the members flipped off another member of the public while they were speaking. Nothing from Council Member Catrano about that. And as a matter of fact, the video of that recording was blacked out so you wouldn't see it, or was that just a coincidence? This goes on. So what are the rules of civility? If you're a member or the former member of the Res J, you can do whatever you want. And even after you show your intolerance of your people you're supposed to be representing, you still have a position teaching yoga? Sounds like some kind of reward to me. So I don't understand where you get off in doing that. And I'll take the rest of my time to go back to the illegal striping on Cascade Drive. I'm still waiting to get the exact figures. However, I have gotten some of the public record, and I think my estimate at 65,000 was much too low. I think it's more like $75,000 to $85,000 down this path that Councilmember Goddard led us, and refused to just go back to what the striping was. There was no need for it. There was no traffic study for it. That in itself is illegal. So it's a misuse of town funds, and that should be repaid by Councilmember Goddard. And that's it.
Thank you. We are closing open time for public comments.
Madam Mayor, there's another hand raised. I'm sorry.
Interesting.
Michael McIntosh, you
Sure.
are unmuted.
Please, if you want to speak,
That's what I was planning on doing.
if you want to
Okay.
speak on items not on the agenda, please
Yeah.
raise your hand now. Thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
Hello, Madam Mayor. I would like to respond, kind of a follow-up to what Mark said, not on the indifference from some of the council members of not paying attention. And overall, I think, 4 of you are pretty good. But what I was bringing up today for the general public to consider, to follow up on what Mark actually said, recently I've given the town a series of FOIAs. And some of that information, you get the usual, opaque response, kind of absconding from the facts. But a couple of things have been materially omitted, including prior housing elements. And I'm curious how much the town council is brave enough to actually venture in, because transparency is a great value, especially when we have all of these things that the council does, where you could actually afford more affordable housing. You could create things like no temporary rentals. You could create things like, unlike Victory Village, use a BID. Don't take your HUD money, offer it to your community instead of precluding your community. But I really would encourage the council members to support a more transparent footprint when someone takes the time to send off a FOIA, get that response. Because our alternative is to forward it to the Attorney General and just keep building these things up, which then hurts all of us. We're in the same community. But again, do consider that and review some of the FOIAs that I've sent. You might be entertained. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more raised hands, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we are officially closing open time for public expression. And moving on to our community forum. Item number 3 on the agenda, rent stabilization and just cause eviction forum. Staff report has been prepared by our town attorney, Janet Olson, our interim planning and building services director, David Woltering, and our town manager, Heather Abrams. So I don't know who wants to go first. I will follow your comments with some introductory statements of my own. We'll then have some clarifying questions from the council. We'll open public comment and then come back. So with that, Heather, please take it away.
Great. I was just going to share my screen. Let me see if I can open that. Oh, there it is. Sorry, 1 second. Having trouble with the slide view. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to go through this quickly.
Heather, it hasn't changed, so I think you need to go to home and go to slide. It's still just partial.
It's partial?
Yeah, I don't know if you can see it. Sorry to interrupt.
Or just put it in presentation mode or full screen or what have you.
How's that?
Same. I don't know that it matters. Just do full screen and maybe it'll at least be bigger.
Does that help?
Same.
It's the same. Okay.
Well, we can read it.
What
Yeah.
happens when you try the view menu?
Yeah. No, it's just not showing that way.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
I think when you get to some of the smaller sites, it'll be hard to see. Maybe you can send it to Michelle and she can do it for you. I don't know. I don't want to waste time, but I think
I can run it. It's Michelle. Would you like me to run it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank
you. So I just pull it up. Where am I? Sorry. I was trying to run it.
Sorry, everyone. It'll go much smoother after this.
All right. Oh, now you can see my whole screen.
Okay.
And
yeah,
here we go.
Okay, great. Next slide, please. I just wanted to remind everyone of the purpose of this community forum. We all understand the benefits of rent stabilization and just cause eviction. Next slide, please. So to remind us all, we have been discussing rent stabilization and just cause eviction actually even before this these meetings, but we had a presentation back in March. We had a discussion about what option to follow in May. And in July, we also talked specifically about just cause eviction. And then today we're doing this forum with the anticipation or possibility of bringing a first reading for an ordinance or ordinances as soon as September 21st, with the second reading then would be possible in October. Next slide, please. Want to make sure and tee up for you today by the end of this presentation and all of the discussion. Staff is hoping that you, council, will answer key questions for us today, and that is, are you ready for an ordinance or ordinances to be brought back? Because it'll be about 6 working days between now and when that next packet needs to be published, I should say. So that's very important. Are you ready for us to really commit resources, contractors, potentially staff, town attorney, software resources, all the things that we would need. And then implementation timing. So even if you select the most outsourcing form of this proposal, then It will take us some time to really implement this. And if we were to do this as staff alone, then it would likely take longer. So those are important questions for us. But we have heard that, you know, we could be potentially approving this and then making it effective in 6 months or something of that nature. And then lastly, and very important for our town attorney who's here with us today, is what form the ordinance or ordinances will take. And so there's basically two choices there. One is to delete everything that you already have as far as protections within the town code and replace it with one ordinance which has been proposed to us, and you've seen that, and that was in the supplement. And we've discussed some of that in the past. The other option is to amend the parts of your current code to, and you would probably end up with 2 separate ordinances in that case. Next slide, please. So now I want to turn it over to David Waltering, who is our interim planning director, and he's really studied this issue and will then take you through the rest of this for now.
Thank you, Town Manager Abrams, and good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. As the Town Manager indicated, a model ordinance has been presented to the community, to the council, as a base for consideration as you think about putting in place stronger protections for renters currently in the community and those individuals who would like to come to Fairfax and rent housing. The model ordinance that has been provided to you was drafted by the Alliance of California for Community Empowerment, ACCE. And it's a rent control and just cause evictions ordinance. And what I'd like to do is just identify some of the aspects, some of the key elements that are in that model ordinance that could be in the ordinance that would come forward, as the town manager indicated, here in Fairfax in terms of establishing a rent control or rent stabilization program, along with perhaps enhancing just cause eviction protections for renters. So let's go through this listing, and these are taken out of the model ordinance. So for example, there's a rent control board. That could be the town council. There's education about the program for both tenants and landlords. So it's important that both tenants and landlords understand the particulars of such a program. There's a requirement for landlords to register their individual units and then pay a fee for registration to help cover staffing and technology costs. In terms of protections, a program like this would establish a base rent. And typically in a case like this, a base rent is established prior to the formal adoption of the ordinance, or at a date later when tenancy is established after the drafting and adoption of the ordinance. Again, thinking about protections, once that base is established, that base rent is established, the idea is to look at an annual adjustment, an annual general adjustment to a rent in the program. And looking at the program that was presented to the town for consideration, in this particular model ordinance, the idea is to look at a rent adjustment of about 60% annually of CPI, Consumer Price Index, for the local region, with the understanding that in terms of rent increases, the rent increase or adjustment would not be less than 0%, nor greater than 5%. Again, this is information from the model ordinance. Landlords and tenants can petition for adjustments up or down to the AGA. So let's say, for example, the rent board establishes a particular annual adjustment, and either the tenant or the landlord feels that there are circumstances, individual special circumstances that warrant adjustment, either up or down. For example, a landlord could have had an increase in taxes or an unforeseen capital improvement on the property and needs to spend more money in terms of keeping the property up, maintaining the property. On the other hand, the tenant may have experienced some sort of personal setback or some circumstance where the adjustment is difficult to achieve, difficult to provide for. There's a petition process whereby the landlord or tenant can petition that adjustment be adjusted up or down. In terms of addressing that request, that petition, there's a hearing process and a hearing officer. There's also an opportunity to appeal that hearing officer's decision. The understanding, and it's represented in the model ordinance, is that landlords do have a responsibility to maintain specified conditions for habitability. And landlords do have a right for a reasonable return on their investment. Overall, the rent board is really responsible for establishing the rules, regulations, and penalties for enforcement of the rent control provisions. So I just wanted to highlight with this overview some of the key provisions in the model ordinance in the area of rent stabilization. Janet Colson, the town attorney, will do likewise in terms of just cause evictions, kind of highlight some of the key aspects of the model ordinance in the area of just cause. I'd like to go a little bit further and then talk about implementation, standing up this program, and what that might look like. And Michelle, if we could go to next slide, I would appreciate it.
I'm attempting to, I'm sorry.
No problem, no problem.
It's not moving. There.
Great, that's perfect. Thank you very much. So the idea really is to, with direction and comments from council, come back with an ordinance or ordinances at a subsequent meeting. And the town manager indicated that in her presentation, her portion of the presentation. But as you provide comments and direction on aspects of what that ordinance might look like in terms of regulations, et cetera, the program needs to be administered. So how is that going to occur? Presently, the town of Fairfax has a small staff and has technology, but limited technology. So in terms of staffing and technology, two key components of administering such a program. Our staff team, along with others in the organization, went out and kind of looked at what are some options to stand up, to implement a program like this. You put the ordinance in place, but then of course it needs to be administered day to day. We looked at really three options. One would be where the program would be mostly, if not fully, outsourced. Another would be to look internally, and this would be conducted by staff in-house. And then another approach would be a hybrid, a model that would really include both staff and, say, contractors or others that would be working for the town contractually through outsourcing. The staff team met with a number of very, very helpful individuals in terms of gathering information. We met with representatives of the legal aid of Marin. We met with representatives of the city of Berkeley that has a similar program in terms of rent stabilization and just cause evictions. We also met with representatives of Marin County and really asked about, how are they administering this kind of program? We gathered information, and the information that we gathered is provided in your staff report, attached to your staff report. I think you'll notice in the staff report that there is, for example, a flow chart, a couple of flow charts, and the flow charts are very, very detailed and probably wouldn't present themselves that well on the screen. But let me talk about the breakdown. What are we looking at in terms of administration of the program? What are key aspects? One key aspect, like I mentioned in that overview, is that individual units would need to be registered. So landowners, property owners would need to register their individual units. So there would be efforts to reach out to landlords and tenants about the program, about the need to register and to have the technology to do that, both in terms of reaching out and informing landlords and tenants, but also gathering registration forms and making sure that that data and information is gathered, protected, and can be used over time. Another key component of administering a program like this is, as I mentioned, on an annual basis, there would be an adjustment to rents. So the idea is there would be a base rent established, and then there would be annual adjustments based on a CPI, as I described. And then the next aspect of this would be the opportunity for petitions. So an individual landlord or tenant could petition for an adjustment up or down, and there would need to be a hearing process, an appeal process, and along with that, assistance for tenants in terms of understanding their rights and responsibilities, completing forms, filing forms, being aware of meetings and opportunities, both for landlords and tenants to protect their interests and rights. So again, key aspects of administration involve registration, the annual adjustment, and then the petition process. So those are key components. As we reached out and met with individuals with Legal Aid of Marin and the city of Berkeley and the county of Marin, we also asked for proposals to get kind of a sense of, in terms of staffing, in terms of things like for the town of Fairfax, how many rental units, eligible rental units might be in the community? How many, for example, petitions might we expect? How many appeals might we expect? How are these other entities providing services and administering similar programs? And in terms of looking internally, we realized that with the limited staff that Fairfax has in technology, really looking at an outsource or hybrid option would be a very useful way to stand up and get this program started. The city of Berkeley staff and representatives provided a proposal to the town of Fairfax. Legal Aid of Marin did as well. Legal Aid of Marin indicated that for the first 18 months, they would provide services at no charge. And they would provide that in the circumstance of the town staff option, the hybrid option, or the outsourcing option. And to give you an idea of some of the services that Legal Aid of Marin would provide, they include, for example, working with the tenants in terms of helping them prepare their petitions, holding workshops and info sessions to let people know about the program, providing answers to questions from both tenants and landlords. If there's an unlawful rent increase, to prepare correspondence letters and submit those correspondence to landlords, and to generally work with the town staff and council members, community members participating in this program to answer questions and to basically facilitate the program. While for the first 18 months, this would be at no charge, we're told thereafter, the estimate would be collectively about $40,000 per year. We also got a proposal from the city of Berkeley. Now, the city of Berkeley would provide or could provide technology. They could provide the registration database and technology to register applicants, registrants from the city of, or pardon me, the town of Fairfax. And they could also provide the hearing officer. They could also provide a counsel, an attorney to assist with the appeal process. And again, admin support and informational support in terms of working with our tenants and landlords. And in terms of proposal from the city of Berkeley for their services, they're looking at perhaps about $46,000 annually for staffing and about $30,000 a year annually for technology, technical support. I offer that information to you and also go back to, in terms of standing up, implementing this program here in the town of Fairfax, the three options again: town staff in-house, contracting out, outsourcing, or a hybrid. We have, I think, fairly good information in terms of contracting out and what that might cost the town and the kind of support we would get from Legal Aid of Marin and also the city of Berkeley. Obviously, in terms of the town staff now, in terms of staff and technology, we really don't have the staffing or the technology necessarily to offer the program in the same way. The hybrid or outsourcing option offers the opportunity really for the town of Fairfax to basically have a learning curve, have the support of a city of Berkeley and Legal Aid of Marin, and to stand up and start this program and have a learning curve for a period of time, a year, 18 months. Again, Legal Aid of Marin is suggesting that they would provide services at no charge for the first 18 months. And as the town would have that experience and better understand how this program is coming together, what works, what doesn't work, then the town could modify its approach to providing this service. In terms of eligible units within the community, we've been told that perhaps as many as 750 housing units could be eligible for the program. In terms of things like the number of petitions, we don't have experience yet in terms of, a year or 6 months or whatnot to know exactly how many petitions we might receive. But, perhaps it's four to six petitions in 1 year in terms of a hearing officer, fewer that would be appealed, of course. So that's kind of an overview. I would say at this point in time, we have fairly good information in terms of outsourcing, in terms of, looking at this in-house, bringing it in-house with current staff, with current technology. We don't have at this time the experience or information to give you a sense of what additional staff or technology that would specifically be needed to do that would need to be explored. So tonight, as mentioned by the town manager, one aspect of what we're looking for is what kind of approach to implementing this program would you be asking us to pursue in more detail, do more research, provide more information to you as an ordinance comes back? And this would apply not just to rent stabilization, rent control, because we would imagine that rent stabilization and rent control, along with just cause evictions, would be similarly and collectively administered. So that's kind of my overview, focusing more on rent stabilization, rent control. I'd like to turn this over to our town attorney, Janet Colson. Janet may have some follow-up on some of the things I just mentioned, but her focus really is to kind of go through just cause evictions, highlights of that aspect of the program for your consideration, and also perhaps to talk a little bit about options for implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. So yes, I'd like to talk about the just cause eviction protections, the proposal. So they're found in this proposed model ordinance at section 5.57.0.
Sorry to interrupt you. Are there additional slides that we want to share, or is there anything that you're going to share, or should we be referring to the staff report at this point?
I think we go to the next slide. Isn't that where it is? David? There.
Yes.
Okay, so as I was saying, in the proposed ordinance, there are some just cause eviction protections. They're found at section 5.57.030. But also, in addition to that, there is a 12-point list that I think everybody is familiar with, because we went over it at one of our last council meetings. And it's proposed additions and changes to strengthen what we already have. And Fairfax has a just cause eviction ordinance found in our code at 5.54, section 5.54. So briefly, we went over these 12 points at the last council meeting where we discussed this. The first four that I'm going to mention, the council found these to be generally acceptable. And they're the right of return. When somebody is displaced due to a no-fault termination, they have a right to return to that rental unit if that unit becomes a rental unit again. And that continues on to subsequent owners, provided certain notices are given and the tenant has kept the town up to date on their current location and address so they can be notified. Also, then number two, additional protections for the elderly, disabled, or terminally ill. So a landlord cannot evict somebody through a no-fault owner move if the tenant has been there for at least 3 years and is either 62 years of age or older, or disabled, or is certified as terminally ill by their physician. Number three is additional protections for the school year for educators and students. The landlord may not evict a tenant due to a no-fault owner move if a child under the age of 18 or any educator resides in the unit. Additional provisions apply to that. And then number four, the Ellis Act withdrawal protections. This is reference to state law and is the right of the landlord to go out of business, to not be permanently withdraw their units from the rental market. And so then this provision says, in keeping with state law, that they have to provide 120 days notice of withdrawal to all tenants. And then if you have that case where you have somebody who's 62 years or older or disabled, who's been there for at least a year, then they have to give a year's notice of this withdrawal. And so generally the council was fine with those. On number five, relocation payments. There is proposed some actual figures for relocation payments, but I think it is a better idea to, if the council wishes to provide for relocation payments, that we actually use a number of months as opposed to an actual figure, the dollar figure. So for example, 1 month's rent, 2 months rent, that sort of thing. And also the council did indicate that they were interested in providing more than just 1 month's rent as far as relocation payments are concerned. And that's what the state law provides for, is 1 month. Number 6, 7, 8, and 9, I think the council also indicated that generally they were in favor of. Number 6.
When you say generally, just for clarity, we had at least 3 in favor on the council.
Right. I'm not suggesting it's unanimous.
Right. I just was offering clarity for the public.
So number 6, relocation payments for temporary displacement. And this is work, renovation work for 30 days or less. And then there are some amounts provided for hotel, motel accommodations, meal expenses, laundry, pet accommodation, that sort of thing. And so these are temporary displacement payments. Number 7, breach of lease qualifications. you can evict somebody after notice if they violate any of the written material terms of their lease. However, a tenant may not be evicted for refusing to sign a new lease. And then it defines what constitutes a breach of lease. And this is a strengthening provision as well, strengthening what we currently have. Failure to pay rent qualifications is number 8. You can, of course, evict a tenant if they fail to pay rent. However, the tenant cannot be evicted if the landlord refuses to accept a rental payment provided on behalf of the tenant by a third party. Number 9, substantial rehabilitation for health and safety. If the unit has to have substantial health and safety based repairs and can't be occupied while it's being worked on, it's a temporary eviction, or temporarily, the tenant has to be moved out temporarily. It's not permanent. And so there is a suggestion or a recommendation that we should update and make more protective a section of the existing code with a provision found in the proposed ordinance. And then on number 10, buyout agreements. The council was generally in favor of this with the exception of bullet point number 3. And that is a rescission of the buyout agreement for up to 45 days. So the council wanted that part struck. They didn't like, you didn't like that provision. And so there can, all this says is there can be a negotiated agreement between the landlord and the tenant for a voluntary termination in exchange for money or some other type of consideration. These agreements have to be in writing. And you must make sure that all the tenants in the unit understand what's being accomplished by this buyout agreement. 11 and 12, I think there was no council decision really, or sort of guidance on 11 and 12. 11 is just to sort of bolster what is currently in section 5.54 as far as the stages of eviction are concerned, being very clear about all the definitions and making sure that everything is clear. There is a recommendation that we replace a section of the existing town code with a section of the proposed model ordinance. And number 12, there is a proposal or a suggestion that we should make this just cause eviction provisions applicable to JADUs, junior accessory dwelling units. And we don't find anything legally problematic with that. That's just going to be up to the council. So those are the 12.
And there was also the affordable housing applicability to number 12.
Yes, we don't recommend that we do that. And so that covers the 12 points for the just cause eviction. I think it would be, I'm going to go back to a section that David was referring to earlier about deciding on, do you want to adopt whole cloth the proposed ordinance as it is, which would require that we repeal section 5.54 and section 5.55 of the current town code? Or do you want to revise 5.54, which is just cause evictions, in the ways that have just been explained and the ways that are found in the model ordinance? And also then the model, proposed model ordinance provisions there would replace what is currently in 5.55, which is mandatory mediation. So that pretty much sums up my section on this. I don't have a recommendation as to which way would be better from a legal perspective. I don't really see it as a legal question. I think that the only benefit I see to revising what we have currently is that it gives us enough of an argument, should we be challenged on this, to be able to say, this is not a new thing for Fairfax. These provisions have been in the code for a while, and we're revising these provisions. We're not just adopting something new and getting rid of what we had before so that we're sort of starting fresh. We're actually thoughtfully considering and revising the sections that we currently have to bolster them and to provide added protections.
A point of clarity on that with regard to option 1, the amendment that you were just speaking to, the rent stabilization piece would be introducing a new section though, correct?
Well, you can view mandatory mediation as a form of rent stabilization.
No,
you can. It is.
Okay, but that's not what we want to do per the ordinance that we.
I'm not suggesting that, but what I'm saying is that it is a form of rent stabilization, and you are then revising it such that you won't have that anymore. But that still can be viewed as a step along a continuum, if you will, in tenant protections and rent stabilization.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, Janet, if you'd like to, if you're ready to turn it back to me, I just wanted to highlight the, and Michelle, if you could advance the slide 1 more. Just a reminder of the direction that is needed today in order to, potentially move this process forward. This is the same slide that you saw earlier. And then one more slide, just a reminder of sort of the process, and you're ready to hear all of your questions, and then public comment, and then the council's direction and discussion. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Janet, do you mind going back? Can you go going back 2 slides to the list? I just want to confirm the specific amendment numbers that you need more direction or specificity on. Are we clear on number 5?
Number 5, there is a decision to be made.
Right. Okay. So that's, I want to note that. And number 11 and 12, is that right?
So number 5, and then I'm assuming we have clear direction on 10. 11, I don't really see that as a decision point.
Okay.
And 12, I think there is a decision that you should make about JADUs.
Okay.
You want them covered.
So essentially 5 and 12, unless, we can discuss this in deliberations, but I'd rather not go through the full list if it's not necessary. If you've changed your position, you can note that for the record. So are there any questions from the council on 1 through 12? If there's not, I'd like to go to the next slide. And I can't see hands. Sorry.
I think every council member has their hand up.
More hands up. Yeah.
How is it that you can see that, but I can't? I don't know who's first. So Vice Mayor, I'm going to go with you.
Great. I am at the top of the list here, and then
right.
Councilmember Kohler, Goddard, and then Ackerman. Yeah, I just had, I was wondering, Mayor, if I can ask actually a question. I think the just cause stuff is quite clear to me, and the asks that staff are bringing forward. I wanted to ask a question just about the rent stabilization. Is it all right that I ask a question about that to David really quick?
Sure.
Okay. So David, just two quick questions. The first one is, well, congratulations on the slide deck. It was super clear, but more of a statement. But all the meetings have clearly paid off because it was super clear. The question is, recently we received an email from the folks at the city of Berkeley that do rent stabilization that said they couldn't accommodate or they didn't feel comfortable accommodating the like wholesale implementation or outsourcing that we were seeking. And I was wondering, based on that sort of late information, whether or not that narrows the actual scope, or is the thinking if council's still interested in fully outsourcing, we would try to seek another vendor or some other place that has expertise to do that. That's like question number one.
So if I could, let me respond to that question. As you mentioned, Vice Mayor, we received that information quite late. It was great to receive it. But I think from our standpoint, we would like to further discuss options to work with the city of Berkeley. They have tremendous experience and technology. And in reading the information that came in, it seemed as though they were suggesting that having some local internal staffing would be useful just in terms of local knowledge and interface with them. I didn't get the impression that it was we can't provide. It's we can't provide as fully as you may have in mind, but if there's an opportunity for maybe a hybrid with a local staff person or persons. So I think there's an opportunity, I hope, to continue dialogue, discussion with that group, given their experience and whatnot. So that was my read.
Okay.
And so I didn't set it aside. It's still active in my mind.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think the hybrid was definitely the way that I interpreted that there would be, they had recommended some sort of staff support. I just didn't, the vibe I got, I wasn't sure what fully outsourced meant. And if we were thinking fully outsourced meant no staff at all. And their email was indicating, hey, we recommend you have some sort of staff support. So I just wasn't sure how that played into the fully outsourced option. The other question, could you just remind me really quick, between the city of Berkeley and Legal Aid of Marin post 18-month pilot, just to have an apples to apples comparison, what's the total pot of money that has been calculated to understand what those outside contractor services would cost, like both of those bundled together? What's the total figure?
Mm-hmm. The figures are $46,000 for staffing from the city of Berkeley, plus $30,000 for technology. That's $76,000.
Great.
And then an additional, after 18 months, about $40,000 from Legal Aid of Marin as an estimate. So that's what we're looking at. And I think, your first question or comment and question about, some staffing, it's pretty clear that there would be a need for some internal staffing as well here in the town of Fairfax to work with those groups. But in terms of that bundle, those are the figures that we have at this time.
Got it. So, in just one final clarifying question, the 40K versus the 36, is that's like a $4,000 difference before, or what's those are two numbers, but they would be doing it for free for the first 18 months. So the 40K after, what's the 36 versus the 40,000 figure?
Sure. Well, first off, for the first 18 months, Legal Aid of Marin said that they would provide the services in the attachment that you received at no charge. I highlighted those in my presentation. After 18 months, the estimate from Legal Aid of Marin is about $40,000.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Legal Aid of Marin. Separately, looking at the city of Berkeley, staffing is $46,000 and technology $30,000. So collectively, it's about $116,000 not including Fairfax staffing costs. And again, I think you're right in terms of the response back from the city of Berkeley. I think kind of shifting in a more hybrid direction was kind of their suggestion. That was my read. And we haven't had a chance to further explore that. But if your direction this evening, let's say, is to pursue that direction, we would certainly do that and try to get a better understanding of what kind of staffing and technology upgrades we might need here in Fairfax.
Got it. Thank you.
Could I piggyback on that just prior to Councilmember Kohler, if you don't mind? Could we call attention back to attachment F in the staff report, which is option A, the program coordinated by the city of Berkeley? Was this put together before we got the newer information from Berkeley?
Yes.
Because even in this option A, it's quite a hybrid model. We've got Legal Aid of Marin and Berkeley and town staff all working together. So I mean, in different functions. So is this no longer what Berkeley is able to provide us in the form of the Berkeley coordinated program? I'm a little confused because we have two charts in our flow charts in our packet.
So I'm just going to interject because I have their email up in front of me. So they're saying they would not be in a position to collect fees that are directly associated with the registration process and mapping out data collection. So there is definitely some fun. I mean, I know you haven't been part of this effort, but they are so willing to, they've already provided us sample communications. They're willing to train our staff. So they've already donated dozens of pro bono hours and just helping us get up to speed. And I really want to recognize them for that, as well as Legal Aid of Marin. But so there's just a couple of things that make it not a fully, outsourced option, if that helps.
If I could, through the mayor,
along the way.
So I'm next. I have a couple of general questions before we get into specifics.
Yeah.
And one is the staff report estimated there was 720 potential units subject.
That's right.
But I have asked several times if we've researched when those buildings were constructed, because we know that the Ellis Act only really applies to after roughly January 1st, 1995. So
Barbara, this came straight from the county, from Lily's department.
it doesn't, okay, I've seen that list. It does not say when things were constructed. And I've asked that question. People don't know that. So I'm not sure that we have our arms around the universe. That's my question. I've asked it of staff, and the answer is we don't necessarily know that. So somebody would have to research the records to see when these things were constructed, number one. And I'm just throwing that question out. The other thing is you guys are talking about an email that came in from Berkeley. We haven't seen any of that other than you and Vice Mayor Catrano. And my question is, we're sort of going along on what's in the staff report, yet it sounds like that dynamic has changed. And I guess from what I'm hearing from David, we have to give direction tonight, and then whatever it comes out, is that what we're saying? Is if we give direction tonight, that you'll come back to us at some point with some figures, but we'll just go with it, even though we haven't budgeted for this? Is that correct, David?
I'd be happy to respond to that. I think that, as mentioned earlier, in terms of the overall approach, it is a hybrid approach. Legal Aid of Marin, City of Berkeley, and Town of Fairfax. I think the clear option is, can the City of Fairfax stand this program up itself? And I think from our many meetings and discussions with Berkeley, Legal Aid of Marin County, that's very unlikely given technology and staffing. So the idea of outsourcing and contracting out, working with Legal Aid of Marin, the city of Berkeley, and then looking at what it would take in terms of the town of Fairfax adding staff capacity and technology, because in the email that we received, the mayor is correct, the Berkeley staff was indicating that in terms of fee collection and technology upgrades, they would suggest that we look at that, work with Marin IT. So I think that the direction that we would be seeking from council tonight is, yes, we support the idea of an overall hybrid approach to standing up this program. We see the proposal from Legal Aid of Marin. We're aware of information from the city of Berkeley. Staff go forward and work with those entities, try to get a better understanding of what the technology needs may be internally in terms of upgrading here in Fairfax, and what kind of staffing might be needed so that we can come back with a more complete understanding of what that hybrid approach might be and what the cost implications might be.
Okay, and I wasn't, I mean, when I was reading this, I always understood that there would be some need for a small component of hybrid, but now with technology needs, as well as collecting fees, which is not something we do very well, with Marin IT, that tends to be somewhat old school, you know, great, but old school. I think that's a heavier lift.
Okay.
My last question, I have one last question, which is this. I remember us going over the 12 points for just cause eviction. I don't remember us going over the points for the rent stabilization, rent control, and providing direction on that. All I remember, and in the presentation, it talked about the DSA doing the presentation. Then there was some other stuff, and then the specific on the 12 points with the just cause eviction. So I'm wondering when we're going to be able to discuss the points that you have on the summary of the rent stabilization. I don't hear that in what your requests are tonight.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
I believe you're correct. The model ordinance had been provided to you. You had seen it in the past, but in terms of going through the rent stabilization components, as we've listed out here in the PowerPoint slide, I don't believe that you've done that before. I agree. My sense in detail, you had the overall ordinance, but model ordinance, but in terms of detail, my sense is with what you see here, these are fairly standard aspects, components of a rent control or rent stabilization program. I might suggest that you look through here, and if there's any particular aspect that you're wanting to provide direction on, please do so. Otherwise, I would think, and the town attorney should respond to this, I would think that the town attorney would work with these basic components that are fairly typical and bring them back to you in a draft ordinance for consideration, unless you see something here that you would like to provide clear direction on in terms of a modification. You know, a rent control board, education of tenants and landlords, the idea of an annual general adjustment based on CPI that's, 60% or 65% of CPI. Those are common. But again, if you have a particular direction or concern, it would be good to hear that tonight.
Okay, well, I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate the summary and the slide. It's just, I don't feel that we've had a discussion on that. I don't feel that something coming out at 3 o'clock this afternoon gave me sufficient time to really look at it. I know others are very anxious to move forward, but my concern is I'm not sure what kind of direction we're giving other than just go ahead. And so with that, I'm done with my questions. Thank you.
May I go ahead, Mayor?
I actually wanted to clarify for Barbara that per the housing needs assessment of the housing element 2015 through 2023, Appendix H provides that 97% of the housing units in Fairfax were built before 1995. So that was the source for, the county gave us that data and it's 97. I think we can apply a 97% rate to that and feel like we're very, very close. So I hope that's helpful. Just a second, Renee, I haven't forgotten about you. I also wanted, David, if you could please, I haven't heard any mention about the intention to fund this program from the fee. So perhaps there would be startup costs that are to be determined, but ultimately the idea is that staff would come back with a fee proposal that would fully fund the program. Could you please confirm that?
I'd be pleased to respond to that. I think that with your direction on the approach to implementing, standing up the program, we would do further research, as I've mentioned already, and try to get a better understanding of what the potential cost would be in terms of that hybrid of outsourcing and working internally to upgrade our technology and staff capacity. So we would try to get a better understanding of costs. With that, Mayor, as you indicated, we have a general understanding of the number of eligible units within the community, and that would need to be confirmed. But as you indicated, and as we reached out to the county, we have some numbers that we've been working with in terms of potentially eligible units within the town of Fairfax. The idea would be that individual units would need to register, would register, and there would be a registration fee charged. At this point in time, until we have a clear understanding of costs and can kind of apply the number of units that we expect or hope to register, it may be a bit premature for me to say it would be fully covered. I don't know that at this point. The objective, though, would be
I guess my question is, if we ask you to come up with a fee that fully covers it, once you understand what the costs are, that is achievable.
Well, assuming registration, yes. I mean, in terms of if we come up with a certain figure and identify a certain number of units that we expect to register in this community and divide the two, assuming that the registration fee would be the only source of funding, that may or may not be the case, I'll say. But, a starting point would be to look at what are the expected costs, what are the number of eligible units, divide the two and come up with a base fee. Is that an acceptable fee, or would there be a need to look at other revenue sources? That's the kind of work we would do. And, given, council direction, if the direction is to look at fully funding this, I think that we need to come back and let you know what that individual fee might be. Is that a fee that you can support? So I'd like to answer your question, but I can't fully answer it at this time because I don't have full information.
Thank you. Go ahead, Renee.
Okay, thanks. Is there a way we could come back together, or do we want to keep looking at these for the moment? It's okay. I can talk to this little square. So I have a question about Costa-Hawkins exemptions. And I understand how they apply to the rent stabilization ordinance, but what about how they how they interface with the just cause eviction points. Do the just cause evictions apply to the properties, the units that are exempt under Costa-Hawkins and rent stabilization? Or does it apply to every rental unit? Did I ask that clearly?
Well, I don't know, but if I can answer that or not. But what I can tell you is that we looked at the proposal and we looked at what was being proposed in light of all of the state laws that have to be complied with, Costa-Hawkins, the Ellis Act, the whole thing, Tenant Protection Act, 1482. And we don't find that there is any conflict, that there's anything that is going to cause us any kind of problems. We think it's certainly in keeping with the requirements of state law, including Costa-Hawkins.
Right. So but let me be specific. So if there's a single family house that is exempt from our rent control ordinance or rent stabilization ordinance, because it's a single family home under Costa-Hawkins, it's exempt. Do the just cause eviction protections still apply to that single family home?
No, under Costa-Hawkins, then it would be exempt. Costa-Hawkins, just for everybody else's information, let's talk a little bit about what it provides. It prevents cities from establishing rent control or capping rents on units constructed after 1995. So it doesn't apply in the last 15 years, exempts single family homes and condos from rent control restrictions, but that's also in keeping the 1482 exemptions. And so if you're looking for particular questions or particular situations, I would ask that you give us, that I take down what it is that you're looking for, and we can provide you with a specific answer going through all of this material to not just answer off the cuff tonight.
Oh, okay. I had mentioned that to you, but I'm not sure if anyone else feels as though they're.
My understanding is that it pertains to stabilization and not just cause. The Costa-Hawkins does not impact just cause.
So that's my question. So thank you, Mayor, for that. And then I would love to hear more from the attorneys if there is something more in depth to know.
Okay.
So given that, I have a question about Costa-Hawkins in terms of all of the ADUs that we are grandfathering in that may have been. I guess let me go back. My question is about certificates of occupancy, because in Costa-Hawkins it says that units issued certificates of occupancy after February 1st, 1995 are exempt. So what about the ADUs that have been inhabited and rented prior to 95, but we've only grandfathered them in and permitted them more recent than 1995?
So I would look to when they have their certificate of occupancy.
Which means they're official, correct? Okay.
You don't have any other information about them in your records if you don't have a certificate of occupancy.
Okay, and so anything that we are doing now in order to work toward meeting our RHNA for our lower income, for our affordable housing, all of those new ADUs would not, they would be exempt from these rent stabilization protections.
If you can establish, you mean the new ones?
Yes.
I think that what we're extending are we talking just cause eviction or are we talking the rent control?
Well, I'm getting myself into a little bit of confusion, but let's talk about rent control because that's clearer under Costa-Hawkins. It sounds like not.
Just cause would be extended to the new units, but rent stabilization is not.
Okay.
Okay, so that's what we looked at, was the just cause eviction part of it.
Okay. All right, thank you. And then one last question is, as we're going back, one of the questions you've asked us to, on one of the pieces of direction you're looking for is whether we're going to take this as two separate ordinances, one for the rent stabilization and the other for just cause. I'm wondering how it was brought to us. The model ordinance is one ordinance. But I'm wondering what is the benefit to maintaining two and doing the proper amendments, or versus one and combining them.
Right, and I tried to touch on that a little bit. It was brought as one whole ordinance, but I do note that throughout, and especially when you look at the 12 points that we've gone through, it seems to refer constantly to amend the existing 5.54 to be more protective, amend the existing provisions, this, that, or the other. And so it is part of the whole thing that was brought to us, but it is a section within that. And there is contemplated, I think, amendment of the existing 5.54. Really, honestly, you can do it either way. I don't have a recommendation on that from a legal perspective. I don't think it necessarily matters in that regard. But what I was trying to point out before is that I think there is some benefit to being able to show that you've had tenant protection provisions for a while and you've had them in these existing sections, and that you're amending them on a fairly regular basis to be more protective along a spectrum.
Okay,
I follow. Something brand new that you're doing. Yeah, I mean, that's for whatever benefit that is. I don't know if you find that to be a benefit. I think it actually might help to be able to show that kind of history.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions for now.
Okay, terrific. Could you take down the slide, please? Bruce, do you have your hand up? Sorry, we have.
I do, yeah.
I thank you for your patience. Please go ahead.
Okay. So one of the, because I was a little slow with my raise hand button, about a fraction of a second later than all three of the other hands, I don't have as many questions as I did. Those were great questions. Thank you all. I was particularly interested in the post 1995. For example, if we have new buildings built as a result of our housing element work, that question has been answered. And then the question of what advantages there might be either way with regard to how we construct the ordinance, because that's one of the questions that you had staff had specifically asked us to try to give direction on tonight, and I wasn't too clear on why. Sounds like modifying the existing ordinance would be probably the preferable way to go. The one question I had was looking in particular at this flow chart of what it would look like if the city of Berkeley were involved. There's only a limited part of that is that Legal Aid of Marin is involved in. And so I'm wondering, it was only really as you presented tonight, David, that I started understanding that it would be a possibility of outsourcing to both the city of Berkeley and Legal Aid of Marin, and looking at the total cost for that. That's basically what that flow chart would look like, is the city of Berkeley and Legal Aid, and the total cost as we've been quoted or approximately quoted for both of them. And that would be,
yes.
And so
yes.
It looks like Legal Aid would specifically just have the role of working with renters who wanted to do a petition to support them the same way they support people who are going through the court system or whatever. It would be helping the defendants, as it were. That would be their role, and the city would have a lot more role.
Councilmember Ackerman, I think that if you look at attachment D to your staff report, in that you'll get an understanding of the full range of services that Legal Aid of Marin would offer. And so it's what you mentioned, but more, I think, that in terms of public information, outreach, letting people know about the program itself, answering questions, helping, as you indicated, people complete petitions and get through the process. So yes, Legal Aid of Marin would be a part of the flow chart that you looked at, as well as the City of Berkeley. And the services of Legal Aid of Marin would be as indicated on attachment D.
Yeah, okay. Is there, I don't know if this has been contemplated and we're getting maybe ahead of ourselves, but is there, in your judgment, any of your judgments, the possibility that we might be able to supplement the funding for this fairly ambitious program through grants to help to, because this is a major crisis throughout the county, and there are a lot of grants that that try to address that housing crisis in various ways. So this would be a very proactive way to try to address that housing crisis. I wonder if there's grant funding that could supplement the fees and the general revenue funds that might go toward it. And my concern is just to state, although we're mostly asking questions at this point, but my concern is just that from the point of view of a renter, if you just calculated it out, it could be a fair amount that would be the cost of the fee if the fee was going to fully or mostly fund this program, and that then could lead to a raise in rents. So we're trying to avoid, in my mind, unintended consequences by what we're doing. So I'm wondering if there's possibility of any other funding to supplement
that. Through the mayor, if I could, it appears that the vice mayor has his hand up and perhaps has information to respond to that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, David. Yes, Councilmember Ackerman, I just wanted to add, not to add this information prematurely to the discussion, but I've had an initial touch point with a major philanthropic institution in the region that cares deeply about, protecting affordable housing stock and housing in general, and the equity components of that. And there's been some expressed interest in learning more about what we intend to do coming out of this meeting. And maybe there's a there in term, but I think it really is dependent on what comes out of this meeting for staff to be able to set up that meeting with the point people and explain a bit further about what it would mean to provide some seed funding to get something off the ground. But I have had an initial conversation about that.
Yeah, excellent. So I guess I have just one other question, and this is regarding the IT support, which would be under the hybrid model that we've been discussing, mostly provided by the City of Berkeley. Because they've already done it, that makes a lot of sense because they've already done it. So they have all that IT in place. It shouldn't be that's probably the most efficient way to go. But I'm wondering, in the scenario where possibly other jurisdictions in the county were to follow suit and do something similar, probably not identical, but something similar to what Fairfax is contemplating, there would be need for IT on their parts as well. And I wonder if there's a possibility going forward that IT resource that Berkeley has could be shared more widely at a lower per town cost, essentially, or just that IT could be used, that same software could be used by Marin jurisdictions and not have to pay an annual fee to the City of Berkeley. I'm just looking for sort of a longer term, since we're considering whether to go with a hybrid model, outsourcing or internal It doesn't seem too likely that we can do this internally, building it from scratch ourselves. That's pretty clear, but I'm just wondering whether there's what the road ahead might look like if other jurisdictions added.
If I may, through the mayor, I think what we have on the table right now to further explore is this opportunity to work with the City of Berkeley, Legal Aid of Marin, and Legal Aid of Marin has indicated 18 months without charges for services. There's an opportunity working with both entities to get an understanding of how to set up this program internally here, give us an understanding of what we need to do here in Fairfax to upgrade our technology, build our staff here in support of this hybrid that we're talking about tonight. And that over time, over the next 12 to 18 months, Councilmember Ackerman, as you're indicating, as other communities may have a similar interest, the learning curve for the town of Fairfax working with these entities, Legal Aid of Marin, Berkeley, internally, could be shared. But we would have a solid foundation and needed support to get this off the ground. And 12 or 18 months down the road, others may benefit from the Fairfax experience, and this could be expanded and perhaps shared, as you're suggesting.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that this could evolve in a number of ways, and we know that the town of Larkspur has set up a subcommittee, and they have majority support to pursue this. So you can think about a very plausible shared services model from a staffing perspective. We also know San Anselmo is considering this as well, and very much, I think most of them are probably watching tonight, lots of interest there. So when we spoke with the county, they were very willing to, they have a technical solution that supports their Just Cause program today. They obviously don't have rent stabilization yet, but that they would consider sizing a solution for us with the vision that, more jurisdictions would jump on board. So I think there's a number of solutions that could be looked at. And I think if no one has any other, you want to put your hand down, Bruce? If no one has any other questions.
I'll just say one other thing, which is just to support what Councilmember Kohler was suggesting, that we, I guess as I would put it, that in the course of our discussion tonight, giving direction to staff, I would like to go back to that slide, the earlier slide in the deck about the rent stabilization part, and just make sure that we all have gone through those points. We don't have to discuss everyone, but just give us an opportunity to give direction if needed on that, because I don't think we've gone through it formally. That's it for me. Thank you.
Sure, we can do that. So I would like to open public. Thank you, David and Heather. Don't go away. If we could open the public comment, please. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So anyone wishing to speak on this matter, this is the time to raise your hand. You have 3 minutes to speak, if that's okay with the mayor.
Yes.
Okay. So I am not. I see the problem. All right, the first speaker is Susan Adams, followed by Kurt Reese, and you are unmuted now.
Is at 47 Tamalpais Road, Fairfax. This is, I think, the third time I've spoken to you on this important matter, which was tonight was billed as a public forum, not as a working group by the town council. So I'm a little confused as to why there's been so much discussion about this when you haven't heard the comments from the public, which is what you had wanted to do. I am drawing tonight from my letter to the Marin IJ letter to the editor that was published today. Fairfax is a caring and vibrant community. It is age-friendly, family-friendly, local business-friendly, artist-friendly, a restaurant destination, and musically vital. You have the opportunity to help sustain and promote that unique community of ours by adopting the proposed model ordinance that was presented to the town. The ordinance supports those of us who are tenants, but also it helps those of us who own our home and may want to or need to rent our home or an additional unit there. The proposed ordinance provides guidance. It allows us to establish a rent that is objective, reasonable, and fair in consultation with a rent board or professional standards. And the tenant and the homeowner both know that it's fair to both sides. And if eviction is appropriate, that it's also fair to both the homeowner and the tenant. If it becomes necessary that I need to rent my home, I will appreciate being able to rely on that guidance to assure me that I've established a proper rent and then one that is consistent with the Fairfax rental market. A couple of comments on your statements tonight. I support the repeal and replacement in its entirety for a couple of reasons. There is an internal consistency with the rule that way. You've got all aspects integrated. You will not have a problem, I don't believe, with the record issue that's raised by the town council, because in your record, you can explain what provisions have been carried over into the new fully integrated ordinance. So I don't think that's an issue. I also think one of the benefits of a fully integrated new ordinance is that you've had some great discussion about the support services available by the Legal Aid of Marin and the City of Berkeley. That will also help inform the town on what is the precedent or some of the ways of interpreting provisions which have been around in a number of communities already. And so you really have a history there of information. I would suggest also making perhaps the rental rate adjustment biennial every 2 years, because then you're saving, there's an ease of administration and of cost instead of going back every year and considering that. So I think that would be very helpful. That's it for me. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kurt Reese, followed by Essence Goldman. And Kurt, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kurt Reese. I'm a San Anselmo renter and a co-chair of the Marin chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America, or DSA, and a co-chair of our campaign to establish rent control in Marin, starting right here in Fairfax. Of course, logistical note, I'd appreciate the 5 minutes granted to organizational representatives if that's possible. I'd like to use my time this evening to stress that we really believe that it's time for the town council to take concrete action to keep Fairfax renters in their homes and in our community by passing rent control and strengthening just cause eviction protections. We really do appreciate the deliberate process the council has adopted to both explore and research this topic. This is by far the most comprehensive and impressive staff report, and we really commend the staff on that regard. But it's clear to us that the broad contours needed to approve policy are very well established, and that the policy itself is urgently needed, and that the community has been very clear in their overwhelming support. So taking this last point first, I'd like to remind the council that our campaign launched almost a year ago in November of 2021. And from then until now, the support expressed from the community has truly been unequivocal. To date, over 650 Fairfax residents have signed our petition expressing their explicit support for establishing rent control and strengthening just cause eviction protections. And this is the 5th public council meeting that has placed these provisions on the agenda, and time again, those giving public comment in support of rent control and just cause have overwhelmed those speaking in opposition. I would be highly surprised if tonight were any different. Second, the need for stabilizing rents and strengthening just cause protections is very urgent. As a reminder, according to the US Census and Association of Bay Area Governments data, nearly half of all Fairfax renters are rent burdened, while more than a quarter are severely rent burdened. That means paying more than 50% of their income on rent. And more than 70% of renters are some form of low income, with more than a third of all Fairfax renters classified as extremely low income, making less than 30% of the area's median income. So all this together clearly paints the picture that there are hundreds of Fairfax renters struggling just to keep a roof over their heads and stay in this community. We routinely hear from residents who are feeling squeezed, who have already been forced out by the high cost of rent over the course of this campaign. And the more time that this process takes, the more community members we will lose. So third and last, the town now has really what it needs to pass rent control and strengthen just cause. So as has been mentioned, a model ordinance has been provided to the council and staff that was created by the Alliance for Californians for Community Empowerment, or ACCE. That was drafted by Leah Simon Weisberg, who is legal director of ACCE, chair of the Berkeley Rent Board, and a statewide expert on rent stabilization and just cause. We hope to hear from her tonight in public comment. And the model has, of course, been already adapted for Fairfax and is the perfect resource for staff to use as a starting place going forward. As far as strengthening existing just cause ordinances, I think the council is considering two perfectly viable options. I think echoing with the last commenter, a overall repeal and replace would be the cleanest option, but amending would perhaps accomplish a similar end. And then finally, regarding administration, the ad hoc committee and town staff have now outlined very workable options for how to administer this in Fairfax, drawing upon the significant expertise and experience of legal aid of Marin and the city of Berkeley. The hybrid option that's been talked about takes full advantage of these partners while also embedding the program within Fairfax and have it be fully funded. So we have faith at this point that the ad hoc committee and town staff will be able to work out these details in the weeks and months to come. What's essential now is that the council respond both to the will and needs of its constituents. We would urge you to direct the town staff to prepare a new rent stabilization based on ACCE's model ordinance and either an amended or new just cause eviction ordinance or combining them together, reflecting the additions and changes already agreed upon by the council so that they can come back for a first reading and a vote during the September 21st special council meeting. Hundreds of Fairfax renters are counting on you to stay in their homes, and tens of thousands of county renters are counting on you to leave so that other jurisdictions may follow. We are urging you to take up the call and take this powerful step to treat housing as a basic human right, not a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Essence Goldman, followed by Tuna Fish Monkey Mind Salem. And Essence, you are now unmuted.
Hello. I just want to speak up on behalf of artists and musicians and renters in Fairfax. I am a tenant and I've been a renter for my whole life. I come from San Francisco and I have been grateful and appreciated rent control in San Francisco for many, many years. And I am a recent resident of Fairfax in the last 2 years. And I love living here and I love the community. My family is thriving, my children are thriving, and I would like to be able to stay here. And without rent control, that would be impossible for somebody like me. I'm a singer-songwriter, I teach voice lessons, and as a single mom, without rent control, it's impossible for me to sustain life in this place that I feel is my home now. And so I just want to speak up for diversity and inclusion of people who are in the arts.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tuna Fish Monkey Mind Salem, followed by John Reed. And Tuna Fish, you're unmuted now.
Okay, hi everybody. Good evening. Hope you're avoiding the heat. I support rent control and sane housing, which hasn't been a part of Marin for probably most of my life at this point. I want to put out a suggestion for a way to fund things, among other things, and that is, what about if 1% of house sales profits went to a fund? For every houses that got sold, 1% isn't a real lot, especially after you take out expenses. For every 100 houses sold, we could have one property of housing stock for affordable housing, or however we want to swing that in the community. And I'd suggest, for someone that owns a house and sells it in, say, less than 4 years, maybe up that percentage to 4%, 10%, I don't know what it is, to discourage people coming into our community and flipping houses. If anybody's going to buy a cheap house in Fairfax, I'd just assume it'd be somebody struggling to stay here and living here and fixing it up for themselves, and not just someone coming in to flip it. So that would be one way to, slow down some of the flipping in terms of the profits, and at least the city would get some of it to help maybe fund something. There are unintended consequences to the whole process as well. I know of at least one person who had kind of exceptionally low rent in town and was here for 30 years and had to move to Petaluma because the landlord booted him out. And I believe that they're basically booted out and asked to leave because of potential rent control and the perception, whether it's real or not, for landlords and homeowners, if they won't be able to raise the rents once rent control is enacted. And I think that needs to be very, very clear to the community what the actual provisions are and how people can raise rents. And if somebody is renting a low place, are they going to be locked into that for the next 20 years? Or should people renting places raise the rents as much as they can now, especially elderly people, because they're going to be locked in? And another unintended consequence is working on houses over years in places. I've seen a lot of total absolute dumps that have had nothing done on them because the landlords don't do any work on them because fees keep going up in other ways. If you look at property taxes, what are we getting for our roads and other things? It's like there's an awful lot of potholes on Broadway, Sir Francis Drake, Manor Road, basically all the roads, and we're paying taxes, but there's so many expenses. What are we covering with that? And I fear another organization is going to take up more of the taxes, and another thing that we're paying for with our rents and other thing. I just wonder about the bang for the buck, and I'd like to see it be really clear. And other than that, the last thing I'm going to say, I know my time's up. I just like us all to look at our consumption overall. It's like, it's hot. We're all putting on our air conditioners. We're all driving around. We don't we don't cool our house. I mean, maybe if you have solar, perhaps, but we can't all be using all this electricity. We demand, we have to have our air conditioning. Come on. It's like, how did, everybody survive for 200 billion years? Otherwise, it's like,
thank you
kind
so
of a
much.
bunch of wimps.
The next speaker is John Reed, followed by Wynn Richards. And John, you're allowed to speak now. You've been unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. Prior to living in Fairfax, I lived in Berkeley, both as a renter and then later on as a homeowner. And then after I moved to Fairfax, I was a landlord in Berkeley. So I saw firsthand some of the results intended and unintended in that town. And it's, related to what's around it too. I think, people on the council know that I have spoken in favor of a lot of aspects of rent control and renter protections and things like that. But you really do have to be aware of unintended consequences. Regional rent control, that's state law, the TPA seems like the way to go. And maybe that happens on a county level though too. But you want to be wary of creating pockets that don't match up with other things. Regional way is a way to go. I believe that to institute rent control in Fairfax just by itself, in the kind of the way you're doing, will have unintended consequences that could destroy a lot of the community that we value here. This happens through market forces, which are something that nobody's really talking about here, is what do people do when they're trying to make a decision on what to do with their property. From 1979 to 1989, which is the first 10 years of rent control in Berkeley, which had a less stringent version than what you're considering right now, they resulted in a decrease of 79% of single family houses for rent in Berkeley. That's over 10 years, 79% decrease, okay? Whenever a rental house was sold, the new owner could either occupy it or they could continue to rent it out, but they wouldn't do that because the rent wouldn't cover the cost. So that never happened. Only owner occupants live in those single family dwellings. Think about how many single family dwellings there are in Fairfax. I mean, this is one of the reality things. Home sale prices, inflated as they are determined, unfortunately, by a formula based on rents. The fear of losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in value is something Sierra just talked about, is driving a lot of Fairfax landlords to raise rents right now as we speak, just because this conversation is going on. At one time, I rented out a house in Fairfax, always at below market rates, to people that I valued in our community. There are a number of Fairfax landlords who do that just the same because they care about our community. And one of the unintended consequences is to punish people who are doing just that. Rent control is a good thing, but you got to approach it regionally and with an eye to what the unintended consequences will be. If you don't take this into account, basically you're going to cause a big turnover in houses, and there's going to be a big decrease in the rentals available in Fairfax. So that would bother me a lot. So thank you.
Thank you, Don. Nice to hear from you.
Next speaker is Wynn Richards, followed by Susan Malloy. Wynn, you're unmuted now.
Okay, I think one of the big problems and lack of rental units is allowing Airbnb units, and I wish that we could put a stop to that. I've seen that in Bolinas, where my mother lives. There's nobody can find a place to live out there because it's just all Airbnb units. But anyway, I wanted to speak in favor of the two proposals that we've heard about tonight. First of all, for just cause evictions, I'm an educator who's just retired after 20 years in a local school here in Fairfax. And I sure wish I'd known about the protection for educators 6 years ago when I was made to leave a house a duplex that I lived in, rented for 15 years in the middle of the school year. My landlord wanted my husband and I to move out to do some renovations so that they could charge a lot more rent. And within 16 months, my rent went up by $600, and it just kept going up and up and up. And when that didn't cause us to leave, I got a 60-day notice right in the middle of the school year. It was so stressful. It's just awful. Fortunately, I found a place higher up on my same street by a man who had pretty fair rent, and we're really good tenants. He likes us a lot. He has like I said, very fair rent. However, it's an old duplex. I can only afford duplexes in Fairfax. And he told me the other day that my windows are terrible for 6 years. They haven't opened or closed in the bedrooms. And one window has a big hole in it that I've taped over, big hole. And he said he wanted to put a new window in, but he'd have to raise my rent $100 a month if I wanted a new window. And I said, no, that's okay. I'll just keep the window the way it is. So, you got to make choices like that. My daughter lives with people. She's 30 years old. She lives with 4 people about the same age. They work in your stores downtown in Fairfax. They work in your restaurants. They tutor your kids. And there's 4 of them living in a duplex. It was an upstairs and downstairs, a small house that was made into a duplex. She and her boyfriend live in a small bedroom, and that's $870 for the bedroom. Another boy lives in a den with no door and no privacy, and he pays $700 a month. And the landlord can come in whenever she wants and scare them and tell them that, if it's not clean and nice like she wants it, that she can kick them out whenever she wants. So they live in fear that they're going to be kicked out at any time, or their rent's going to be raised at any time. And that's why I think rent control would be really nice for them. As far as the fee goes, how can they afford to pay more? It would be really nice if there would be some way, as Councilmember Catrano was mentioning, that somebody could take care of the fees for these young people, or you're not going to have any young people in Fairfax. The town's going to lose a lot of creativity and fun in our festivals and our farmers markets and everything else, because nobody's going to be able to afford to live here anymore. I'm retired. I haven't taken Social Security left yet, and I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stay here. That's all. I hope you pass it. I think it could be a good deal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Susan Malloy, followed by Maxwell Elper. And Susan, you're unmuted now. You may have to unmute. Oh, there you go.
Okay, all right, thank you. I've spoken before and I appreciate the chance to speak again. I live in Bennett House here in Fairfax, and I was on the waiting list for 4 years before I got in. And my comments speak to the situation facing most renters in Fairfax, in the Bay Area, and indeed in our nation. Prior to securing a Section 8 rent subsidized apartment, I was one rent increase away from living in a tent. I had lived in unincorporated Contra Costa County for 12 years, and my rent doubled in the last 3 years that I was living there. The result is that I paid over 80% of my gross income in rent. So there was no rent control or eviction protections at that point. And we also had in our unit, our building, we had no heat. We had major mold problems, and we had invasions of dead bats and rats. I could easily have been evicted if I had called code enforcement. That's what senior services, legal services of Contra Costa County told me. And also that tenants will rarely win their cases in eviction court. So you can see why I support strong protection for tenants under just cause evictions and also rent control. Specifically, it'd be good to have the right of return when you have to leave due to renovations, that you would have reasonable relocation payments, and that you would have more time for the most vulnerable who are facing having to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Maxwell Alper, followed by Wendy. And Max, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking up this important issue. My name is Max Alper. I'm the Executive Director of North Bay Jobs with Justice. We're a coalition of over 30 community and labor organizations in Marin and Sonoma County. I'm also on the executive board of the North Bay Labor Council, representing thousands of workers throughout the North Bay. And, we're here to speak strongly in support of rent control and just cause. And this is really, really urgent. Every day that this goes by, there is the risk of evictions for essential workers, and especially for all workers, but especially low wage workers, immigrant workers, workers who are people of color, and having housing security through rent stabilization and just cause would really, really provide that protection that working people and working families need right now. And I think it's really I commend you on taking this up, because there are a lot of cities, as have been mentioned, in Marin, but also throughout the North Bay, in Sonoma County as well, who are looking at what's happening here, and what you do can have a huge impact for tens of thousands of working families in the North Bay. And from my own experience personally, I've been a renter, I've been a homeowner, I've been a landlord, and honestly, I think it works for all of us, wherever you fall in this, to have good laws around just cause and rent stabilization. And so I really urge you to without any delay, to really recommend to the staff to move forward here as fast as possible, because you never know, whose home, whose stability, whose livelihood you're saving by moving this forward as quickly as possible. And there will be people who will be tremendously benefited, working families who will be tremendously benefited by what you do. So urge you to direct action today. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Wendy, followed by Chris P. Wendy, you're unmuted now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My internet's bad. I am a former Fairfax resident of 11 years who lost my home there. not willingly. And I am extremely grateful that the laws that were passed back when I lost my home are being reconsidered now. And I am extremely grateful for the thoughtfulness and all the work that's being put into what's happening right now and in the presentations. And I completely agree with what Kurt Reese said and the last speaker said. And a lot of the things that I was asking for back then, I'm really appreciative that they're being talked about now, especially the educating landlords and tenants, because I don't think that when laws are passed that people are even aware of them necessarily in ways that affect them. And I also, the one thing that I didn't hear anybody talk about was, I know a lot of rental units in Fairfax are considered illegal. And I also know that a lot of tenants don't necessarily know that their units are illegal and it's not their fault that they're illegal. And I'm concerned about those renters. And I know that there's a lot of work being done to try to legalize illegal units, but I'm curious where those renters would fall into these new possible laws. And I just commend you for moving forward on this finally. I wish it was done many, many years ago, and I'm grateful it's happening now. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris P., followed by Megan Maddock. And Chris, you're unmuted now.
Awesome. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Chris Brando. I'm a member of the Marin DSA, and I've been working on this campaign, feels like, for about a year now. Originally, I was going to focus my comment tonight on some in the weeds minutia about the staff report in front of you. But then I spoke to a member of the public who wishes to remain anonymous. And I feel like her story needs to be shared. So I'm going to speak for her tonight, and I'm honored that she entrusted me to deliver all this. Anonymous is a 42-year-old single mother of 3 who is 5th-generation Marin resident. Until the pandemic, she had a few different jobs that she juggled in order to provide for her family. Preschool teacher, nanny, private tutor, massage therapist. The pandemic obviously hit these professions especially hard, as while you might be able to tutor kids through Zoom, her other modes of income were entirely shuttered. Anonymous survived the pandemic, but on the other side of it was involved in an accident that has crippled her, possibly for the rest of her life. She's now a few months behind in rent and cannot ask her building manager to fix the property. I would like to stress the urgency of a rent control ordinance coupled with strong just cause eviction protections. Many of our neighbors are struggling right now, and they cannot wait much longer. And if we do wait, they will be gone, and our community will be lesser for it. Thank you for your time and for pushing forward with this community forum.
Thank you. The next speaker is Megan Maddock, followed by PJ Pfeffer. And Megan, you're unmuted now.
Hi, Council. I'm Megan Maddock. I'm a resident of Fairfax and a renter. The Council for taking up this important issue again tonight. And I'm calling in great support of rent control and just cause eviction protections, and specifically in support of the strong protections outlined in the DSA ACCE model ordinance, which I urge the Council to use to replace the current ordinance on the books. A 10% increase on my current rent, which is what the state currently allows, it's too much. That would be close to $300 a month for me and more than $3,000 a year. That's money I could use to go out to eat in Fairfax, buy groceries. It's money I could use to save to buy a home in Fairfax, retire in Fairfax, all those things that we also want people to do in our community. It's also money that would be really hard for me to come by. I know very few people who get 10% raises every year. With strong rent control protections, I'd be able to plan and save and spend. I could stay in my place without worrying about what's next. And my landlord would still be making money and have a stable, responsible tenant. I really hope the Council focuses on what's at issue here: housing and stability for hundreds of families, including my own. We need to keep our neighbors in our homes. We need to support the long-term diversity and success of our community. I'm urging the Council to take the lead in Marin and to honor the inclusive and supportive spirit of Fairfax by passing a strong rent control ordinance and just cause eviction protections. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. The next speaker is PJ Pfeffer, followed by Leah Simon Weisberg. And PJ, you're unmuted now.
Hey, thank you to the council. I am calling in support of strong rent control and improving our just cause eviction provisions. At first, I just wanted to echo what the town attorney said with respect to revising our current just cause eviction statute as opposed to deleting and inserting a new one. The issue also strikes me as a serious concern that if any of the provisions are ultimately challenged in the future, it seems to me that Fairfax would at least have its existing just cause provision language as sort of a baseline to fall back on, as opposed to if it just completely deleted the statute and replaced it with a new one. Courts, if they wanted to sort of blue line the statute, we could end up accidentally with something not as strong as we currently have. I also wanted to touch on, some of the mentions that we've heard of the unintended consequences. Yeah, I think, it's obviously do not want to see anybody pushed out of their home now so that a landlord could preemptively raise the rent. But I would like to point out that would currently already be captured by Fairfax's just cause eviction statute that exists. So I don't think it's necessarily a reason not to move forward. And then with respect to, people bringing up the single family housing and losing those homes as potential rental units due to Costa-Hawkins, it's my understanding that those detached single family houses wouldn't be considered a controlled rental unit in the model statute or under any rent control provision. Just cause eviction would still apply, but rent control wouldn't. So it should not be a basis or a pretext to remove someone from their home and increase the rent. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Leah Simon Weisberg, followed by Mo McManus. And Leah, you're unmuted now.
Good evening. I just wanted to start out to say what an honor it has been to be able to work with the community members as well as your staff and council. I've always thought that this is a lovely town, and that is just continued, and I'm really excited to see how you'll be able to use these protections to continue to stabilize and ensure that all of your community members can stay. I did want to just, talk a little bit about how in, this idea of what the impact can be, and are they everything that we intend? We hear this expression of unintended consequences. What's great to report is that cities that have adopted rent stabilization have done consistently better in all of the different economic crises that we have faced since the 70s. First off, when we had the foreclosure crisis, you looked at the foreclosure numbers, they were significantly higher in communities that had no protections. There are cities, in fact, Maywood in California, which probably no one's even heard of, passed just cause just before the foreclosure crisis happened, and it saw no evictions as a result of the foreclosure crisis. Communities, Berkeley, for example, was one of the cities that, got back its property values faster than really anywhere else. When you look at issues of construction, and, for many people, our housing crisis has to do with not enough construction. Cities that have rent stabilization have consistently built more. Frankly, San Francisco and Berkeley and Oakland have built more and are doing better on their RHNA numbers than cities like Concord and Walnut Creek and other cities that have no protections. I think it's important particularly to note that when Costa-Hawkins was passed, which is the law that says you can't regulate the price of rent. You cannot pass rent stabilization on what's essentially new construction, which was defined as anything built after 1995. That after 1995, we saw the least amount of construction in communities that didn't have any rent control. Concord built nothing, for example, between 1995 until the housing element started demanding that people did. And we see that across California, that actually communities with these protections have built more and have built more affordable housing. So we've actually seen the opposite, that these communities have built more and it hasn't had an impact. And in fact, there are studies out of New Jersey that has, they compared cities with rent control without, and there's several studies in Canada. So it actually, it's all good news. It really helps. I understand I have 2 more minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
I just finished 3, but I think I have 2 more. I want to touch upon 2 pieces that are just really, really crucial. When we talk about, as you are discussing this ordinance, which is important. You've been doing your due diligence, but you must put in a rollback for when essentially the base rent is going to be with rent control, because if not, you are encouraging some, not so community friendly landlords to try and jack up the rents to get ahead of putting this ordinance into place. And that's why every single ordinance that has been passed in California always has a rollback date. This doesn't mean that if landlords have made rent increases during this period are punished and they have to return that money because they were, complying, it's lawful right now to do it. However, it discourages landlords to do it because it does go back. The case law is very clear that it has to go back when the community was on notice, and you can do it because without doing it, you essentially frustrate the law that you are passing. In terms of timeframes, Richmond, for example, rolled it back 1.5 years. The first time you had it on your agenda was March 2nd, 2022. That would be, to me that, and I think looking at the case law, that is the most common time is when it's first agendized. There have been situations like when West Hollywood looked at their date, they included when was it in the newspaper, and that was the last time that issue was litigated, which was in the 90s. Ever since then, every time it's been passed, there is this rollback. The equivalent with just cause is when we were talking about those stages and why it's important to capture every stage, because you might have landlords serving notices right now, trying to get people out before your law goes into effect. And, I think, again, it makes sense that you've taken the time and done the due diligence, but we don't want tenants to be more at risk. And so you want to make sure that you're capturing all of those stages. And that's part that's not in your ordinance, that is in the model ordinance. And I think that I just wanted to speak to that it's just important to also just pass it. And I understand, and obviously have been trying to provide as much resources and information about how you're going to actually implement the program. And while that is important, the day you pass this, tenants are protected. And so I think it's important to make sure it goes into effect as soon as you can, so that tenants are immediately protected. The administration is important, but not as important as actually passing it. And all of these ordinances passed before all this administration, and you are so far ahead than any other city when they pass it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mo McManus, followed by Rainero Miranda. And Mo, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Town Council. First off, I want to say thank you for all of the hard work and research that you put into this. I really appreciate it. I think you guys have gone over and beyond. So again, I'm Mo McManus, and tonight I am speaking again on behalf of the California Alliance for Retired Americans, UFCW Local 5, and the GSA. And actually, I'm also a member of the North Bay Labor Council. So I want to say I agree with what everybody prior to me have said. I'm not going to probably even take up the 2 or 3 minutes that I have. Nothing has changed as far as my personal reasons for rent control. Let's see, I'm going down, I'm moving down. I just really want to urge the council to definitely strengthen the Fairfax just cause eviction protection and the rent control. I don't want to leave, and I don't think you do, to leave our vulnerable renters at risk. Let's make Fairfax the model for the other towns in Marin by adding stronger protections for our renters. Please, as a retired working senior renter, I strongly urge you and encourage the town council to strengthen the existing just cause protections. I'm just hoping that we can urge this. And that's really, everybody prior to me has pretty much said everything. I'm just hoping it can go our way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rainero Miranda, followed by Joe McGarry. And Rainero, you're unmuted now. You might have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Yes.
Okay. I was saying thank you very much for allowing me to talk, and I feel very excited that we have come this far. I've spoken before. Here I'm a psychologist working in Marin. I have chosen to work with low-income families, and I contract with about 5 agencies in the area, nonprofit organizations to help people and families that struggle with social issues, mental health, etc. So me, myself, because I've chosen to work this way, I am tight. I could market myself better and make more money, but this is my passion. This is what I love to do. And so I'm in the same boat as any working person, you know, that if they raise my rent, I may have to see where I can go, if I can afford it, if I can stay in the area or not. I can tell you that housing, it's about top 3 of the issues that I see in the families that I work with. Is the stressors that sometimes break families. And we're talking about families that people that work in at the restaurants where we eat and unwind, the people that, you know, work in our gardens, take care of our kids. These are people that work here and love to be here, but they're struggling. And when we raise the rent $100, $200, that can really break the budget of a very tight budget for these families. And what they end up doing is maybe taking on another job, and that means that when you take another job, you have less family time, and then you have kids that are unsupervised that end up in the streets and causing troubles to our community. So it's a chain reaction. I just believe that we need to be able to afford to live in the place where we work and where we raise our kids. It's very important. We learn to care in a very special way when we do that. So I commend you for considering this issue. I hope we can make it fair. I hope that we can keep all the workers, including myself, in this community and work together to make it this very, very special place here in Fairfax. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joe McGarry, followed by Jack Buckhorn. Joe, you're unmuted now.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Hello, Council. My comments will be brief. As we have all said and heard a lot about the need for increased renters protections during the 5 public meetings on rent control and just cause evictions. With half of all of Fairfax renters paying more than 30% of their income on rent and more than a quarter paying over 50% of their income on rent, we can't afford further delays. I can no longer count the huge amount of coworkers and their families I have lost at Good Earth over the last 10 years due to their need to leave Fairfax because of unreasonable rent increases. Hearing that 750 units could be affected by rent control is not outlandish when considering the possible total occupancy of those units to say that this ordinance could stabilize housing for 20% of Fairfax residents. That would be by far the most significant impact any council has ever had on the working class, people of the global majority, and families in Fairfax with one single piece of policy. It would be a monumental moment that would start a ripple of housing stabilization throughout Marin, from Novato to the Canal to Marin City. That is what's before you. I ask that you listen to your constituents and take action to keep Fairfax renters in their homes by passing rent stabilization and strengthening just cause eviction protections. Please do not let any of the minor administrative details further delay. You have very strong options available to implement. I ask that you direct staff to bring back rent control and just cause ordinances that are ready for a first reading during the September 21st meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Buckhorn, followed by Mark Bell. And Jack, you're unmuted now.
Great. Good evening, council members and staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the executive director of the North Bay Labor Council. We represent over 70 affiliated unions and over 70,000 members in the Bay Area. I just want to thank you for the diligence you put into this rent stabilization ordinance and just cause eviction. As has been mentioned many times this evening, this will be truly landmark legislation if you're able to get this done. I just throw my full support and the full support of the Labor Council behind the proposed ordinance and ask that you bring it back at the proposed meeting on the 21st. Thank you for your time this evening, and we'll be there to support you all along the way.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mark Bell. You're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. It's kind of interesting because people, with John Reed and with Sierra's comments, I mean, I'm sure that they're actually big supporters of having rent control, and yet people don't want to listen to what they were saying about unintended consequences. Believe me, no law is a panacea, and there is going to be some of that. I'm kind of curious as to exactly how many cases you think that we're going to have. Is there any type of statistic that has come to your attention over the years? Because the thing that bothers me, and maybe this is a case where we need them, all I hear is paying more consultants. Paying more consultants and more consultants. As a matter of fact, we even have consultants making $600,000 on their contracts who have to hire sub-consultants. What? We have to have a consultant drive from Auburn for looking at lines on a street, getting paid $10,500, as if there is no consultant within the Bay Area who doesn't have to drive from Auburn to Fairfax for a 30-minute meeting. Consultants. And then I look at money. Where is this money going? Where is this money coming from? I would hope that most landlords will be altruistic, but some of them are not going to be altruistic. They're just not going to do any work. They're not going to replace sewage. They're not going to upgrade electrical. They're just not going to deal with things. So I think that there needs to be something in there, some mechanism so that if the place is falling apart, the renter can bring that to attention without fear of getting turned out of their place. I mean, it seems like a totally valid point to add to this law that you're going to pass. But again, I just go back to more consultants. Oh, I see. Wait, we can't put the garbage contract out because we might save the residents $300,000 or $400,000 a year. We can't have a local marijuana shop because, oh, it might bring money into the town that we could spend on things like this. More and more consultants. Hopefully these people won't need to hire sub-consultants and they won't need to hire sub-consultants because really it's getting disgusting. That's it.
Madam Mayor, I see no more raised hands, except for the one that just popped up when I said that. And that is Michael McIntosh. You're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. I'll try to do this in probably 3.5 minutes because I want to speak so slowly. I represent approximately 50, maybe 60 people on my property. So I want to point out a couple of things to think about. My utility increases alone since I pay them from 2019 to 21 up 15%, 2021, 14%. They went from 82,000 to 94,000 to 107,000 in 2021. My property tax, insurance, and other costs continue to go up with inflation. Who will cover this? Landlords need to be included in this conversation. John Reed's comments were very telling. Why have you not reached out to your local landlords? Affordable housing is already exempt from rent control. So again, you're penalizing those properties that pay property tax to pay for the town services like police, fire, public works, pensions, etc. Can you really afford this? Affordable units start with a 55-year property tax waiver. Current public housing bonds offer no property tax in perpetuity. Barbara is correct to cite the Costa-Hawkins Act. So really, you are again penalizing those units built before 1995 that are antiquated, that really provide affordable rent. These actions encourage tearing down all older housing and eventually raising the base rent. Maybe the town, if they really want to offer subsidized housing, they should build or buy their own housing. My property could accommodate 100 affordable units right now. Yet this council excluded my property from the current housing arena discussions. Again, a contradiction between what you say and what you do. Not somebody else's exemption. What criteria did you cite to exempt a CEQA review? A CEQA review might require you to implement banking. Banking provisions are those rents that have been subsidized by most long-term landlords. We provide an opportunity to bring all rents up to a fair rental amount before you implement this rent control. How can you ask one subset of the marketplace to subsidize your chosen few? Why don't you ask the food markets to cut their fees by 30%? Why don't you ask PG&E and other utilities to cut their rates by 30%? How about taking a cut in your wages, pensions, and other income by 30%? The town could consider raising the uniform tax to offer rental assistance when needed. The saddest point of all this is that you are again manipulating a marketplace that represents your current housing policy failures. You're making it worse. The unintended consequence will be the destruction of our community. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to close. I see two more
Thank
hands.
you. Yeah, there were more hands. The next speaker is Liesl Blash, followed by Sunanda. And Liesl, you're unmuted now.
Hi, Liesl Blash, 22 Pacheco Avenue. I just wanted to continue to express my support for the rent stabilization and strengthening the just cause ordinance. I really think this is going to help keep Fairfax the town we love and in fact improve the community fabric. So while we need to build new housing, we also need to protect the low and moderate income people who are already here. Rent control really helps to stabilize communities. I know that there are landlords in town who do charge fair rents, and I think they are a model of fairness. However, we can't depend on individual initiative to ensure that fairness. Those landlords are not going to be punished by rent control since they are already charging fair rents. I'm curious about the lack of landlord comment at some of these sessions, which may suggest that maybe most landlords are not as concerned about this issue as some would think. I do think a regional approach is a great idea, but we need to get that going city by city to build momentum. We can really build up momentum here to start for Marin. And I have to note that there are already a number of rent-controlled cities in the Bay Area, I think most recently Antioch. The fact that we could contract out to Berkeley suggests that some regional cooperation is happening and is really exciting. In terms of unintended consequences, I just think you've already heard solutions to some of the suggested unintended consequences, although I think those are very much important to keep in mind, which is why we have experts suggesting to us ways we could address those. I did want to just note that the former planning director of Berkeley, Steve Barton, who I interned with, has written quite a lot in support of rent control, so I don't think everyone in Berkeley thinks it's a disaster. Finally, I just wanted to reiterate that I think the total estimated cost was something around $116,000 a year. I know that could change a bit. Berkeley is charging an annual fee, I think, of $250. So if that was 720 units covered by a rent stabilization ordinance at $250 a piece, that's about $187,000 per year, I think. Anyway, I might have that wrong, but anyway, I think that it seems like we might be able to support this with the fees that are being suggested. I'm also just curious about whether any of the fees from the short-term rental ordinance would it be possible to use those to cross-cover staffing for this? Anyway, I hope we will be able to find a good way to get this done that will be self-funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sunanda, followed by Kirsten. And Sunanda, you're unmuted now. You may need to unmute yourself, Sunanda.
Got it. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. I live in Fairfax, and I'm a strong supporter of rent stabilization and strengthening just cause eviction protections. I love Fairfax. I love living here, and I love the life that it offers its residents. And I would really like to see this be a moment when we stand up as a community and show our commitment and our courage to take this step. It would, as a model for other communities. And I strongly urge this council to support this and move forward on this now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kirsten, and I don't see any further speakers after Kirsten. Whoops. You're unmuted now, Kirsten.
Hello, everyone. And listening to all the wonderful comments tonight, I'm just struck with how important it is to come to a balance with how you eventually craft and make this into a law in Fairfax. And what I'm noticing is, you know, a few things. Perhaps landlords have not been given enough notice. We're not landlords. I was a renter for many, many years, and my mother was a single mom who was we were subsidized, which helped us greatly. So I'm in support of helping our wonderful people of Fairfax, our artists, our musicians, our workers. But I also want to make sure that the landlords are getting notified that this is a possibility. We did live in Berkeley for a while, and we also noticed something as renters, that the landlords there were actually getting abused by their renters. So I was kind of curious if in your budget that you've created for the this whole process, if you have a mediator in your budget, someone who can help landlords and tenants solve issues. We did have several very scary events in our neighborhood that involved renters who here in Fairfax who were drug inflicted, and knives being thrown down to our home, and pretty dangerous situations that occurred within a couple-year period. And you know, I mean, if a renter is doing that and a landlord does not have just cause to remove that renter who's abusing drugs and creating chaos in the neighborhood, that would be a problem. So I hope that you're going to consider having some sort of mediator, some sort of like discussions with law enforcement in case the few renters that might appear in Fairfax that are abusing the situation are dealt with. And I know in large, we have wonderful renters and wonderful people here. But I do want to bring in that balance comment that you're looking at all sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I see no further speakers.
I'm closing public comment. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So what I'd like to do, Michelle, if you wouldn't mind putting up the slide that asked, that was Heather's slide that prompted, what staff needs direction. I'm gonna ask that we focus on Janet piece first, sort of how we do the what, and then we can talk about the how, meaning the administration subsequent to that.
I'm going to do it. It's just going to take me a minute because I have
Take your
closed
time.
it.
In fact, if people want to, do we need a 5-minute break or we do? Okay. Let's do that. Let's return in 5 minutes. Thank you. So the first thing I want to do is talk about the ordinance approach and scope, et cetera, and then we'll get into the administration item, the David item. So let's talk about just cause first. Janet, as I understand it, there's really the two items that we need to deliberate and provide more concrete direction is amendment number 5 concerning the relocation payments, and item number 12 as far as the JDU. So is that right?
Well, those are two of the issues. There's also the question of how much rollback.
Okay.
And then what else did I put in there? There was something else. I thought there was another one. Hang on.
Okay.
Let me look at it just a sec. Oh, right. And then the ultimate question of one ordinance or two, repeal and replace.
Sure.
Or, yeah. Okay.
The approach.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about, thank you. Michelle, you can take the slide down now. Thank you. So let's talk about number 5, please. So the suggestion from Janet was perhaps rather than specific dollar amounts, we consider a number of months. Is that right, Janet?
All over the screen here. Yes, number of months of rent. That would make it specific to the individual case. But it would, so it's not going to be the same. Won't be uniform set of numbers. It'll be,
right,
number of months of rent. And that'll
right.
be different for each case.
Right. Okay. I see a couple of hands. And if the hands are just on number 5, please, so we can do this in a really structured way. So everyone that has their hands up is on number 5. Yes. Okay. And Vice Mayor, go ahead.
And it would be good if when you refer to them, I mean, you've said what number 5 is, but we
Sorry,
don't have the slide up,
yes.
so we know what it is now, but when you refer to others, yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Good suggestion.
Yeah, so I'll just go quickly and say that for the relocation payments, I don't see any issue with using month instead of a fixed price that's arbitrarily chosen for the start. And if we're going to go beyond the state to have something a bit stronger, then makes sense to recommend 2 months to go beyond the state.
Thank you. Councilmember Kohler?
Yeah, I have a brief comment, which is having been a renter for many, many years prior to owning something, usually you pay first and last month plus a security deposit. And assuming you got evicted, your last month rent is paid because you've already paid it. And then if you're a good tenant and you don't have a horrible landlord, which I did once, usually get your security deposit back. So I would propose that you have 1.5 months rent rather than 2 months rent. I think that gives you a little bit of a cushion on top of, you've already got that last month's rent paid. And so you would have 1.5 months. So that's my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Eckerman.
Well, just to make sure we're clear, I believe what we're talking about right now is a payment that would be made from a landlord to a renter in the case of a no-fault eviction. And if that's what we're talking about, that's never actually happened to me in my long life as a renter. I've rented probably 25 places in the course of our family's life. So I've seen the world from that side, and I don't think I've ever had a no-fault eviction, as in the landlord decided not to rent anymore or whatever. I would say that, understanding what Barbara just said, the person who got evicted would have to turn around and pay first month's, last month's, and a security deposit on the next place. So that really doesn't bail them out of the economic hit that they would take. And all of the public comments that we've heard and everything we know about the situation in town is that a lot of people just don't have several $1,000s of cushion that they can use to bridge a gap like that comes up unexpectedly. So I would go for 2 months, same thing that Vice Mayor Catrano said. I do think it's very important not to have a dollar figure, especially the dollar figures that were originally proposed, because for some of us who rent at very reasonable rates, that it could cause the reaction on the part of a renter to think, well, if that might happen to me, if I might find myself having to pay someone $13,000 in order to, get out of renting, then I'm going to have to raise my rent right now just to set aside my own cushion for it. And that's not what we want. So I would keep it moderate. I think 2 months rent is a reasonable amount. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Goddard.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, are you all talking about 2 months rent regardless of how many bedrooms the unit contains?
Yes.
So if you've got a 3-bedroom, you're saying 2 months rent?
Yeah, it should be, the prices should be
Right.
fluctuating accordingly, right? So if you're renting a larger unit, you're paying more anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, you both were speaking at once.
Yeah, the answer to your question is yes, Renee.
Okay, thank you. So I would concur that 2 months seems reasonable.
Okay, I was gonna suggest 3 month. I understand 75% of renters report that they do not get their security deposit back, and they're relocating to another market. So there's a lot of expenses related to that. I would prefer 3 months in light of all that.
I would really stick with 2.
Well, I think the majority went with 2 months.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to offer that. Oh, Renee, you put your hand down. Okay, I think we are at 4 in favor of 2 months. Is that right? Okay. Okay. Moving on to item number 12. So, Janet, I know you raised that you wanted to focus on JDU. I just wanted to mention, as far as affordable, I did a little bit of research on this because I think we're all concerned about affordability, obviously. So most of our affordable housing providers in our region are nonprofit, but there is a growing trend of corporate private companies that have an affordable wing, and they are eligible for these tax credit projects. So the Marin City recent development contract, for example, is a private company, as you probably know, and the county advised me this week that they are putting in, they are including affordability as eligible, or applicable rather. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't, we can look at this downstream, because at this point in time, in our region of Fairfax, the affordable providers are nonprofit. So Barbara, is your hand up on that item or on the JDO?
I can cover both. Would you want me to cover that?
Only if you have a question or comment on that.
I was going to make a comment. I think we're better off not doing it because of our universe. And even if a private developer does affordable, they usually have to deed restrict it for 55 years. So, but most of others are Section 8 or even Piper Court apartments is all deed restriction for 55 years. So I'd say we'd be better off staying away from that.
I think we're safe for now. Does anyone have any other comments on that? Okay, so I'm hearing we will not include affordability. Let's move on to the JDO.
So I'll speak to that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so my feeling on that is this is something where you have somebody living in your house. A JDO may have a separate entrance or may not. It can do either. And so I think I would prefer that we not include them. And also the other thing to think about is my concern that JDOs, because of their size, generally are more affordable by design. And my concern is people would try to get out of the rental market and they may use it for an in-home office, or they would just decide, I don't want to deal with this because so I feel kind of strongly that we'd be pushing somebody to decide, I'm not going to be in the rental market for this. This is somebody in my house. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to have to pay 2 months relocation or whatever we end up with, where somebody is really a problem and may not fit what you perceive or what we come up with the normal fault eviction. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I would say that I still feel strongly about maintaining the JADU. I think the more I've thought about it, the more I'm realizing that the renter that would enter into an arrangement to rent out a bedroom is probably unable to afford some of the other alternatives. And as a result, they're probably in an even more precarious situation in terms of their own financial situation. And I don't know if it makes sense for my value set to say that a person in the most precarious situation that could only probably rent a room in a house, whether it's detached, like a detached entrance or separate entrance, or, if there's a standalone separate bathroom, whether or not that's the case, I think it's concerning to me that would be the person that we choose, the character, aspect that we would choose not to protect in this situation. The other thing is, if the choice is between making sure that somebody who does want to do a JADU is committed to treating somebody fairly versus, not wanting to have any protections for that person. If those are the two choices, I would rather have a stronger case for everybody who wants to do a JADU saying, hey, you should actually treat people like they're actually living in a housing unit, as opposed to saying actually, those are people who you rent out to for your JADU. We're not concerned about protecting those people. It feels like, again, a safety net that we should have, and that I would feel uncomfortable if we didn't move forward with that extra safety net for that particular group of people. Thanks.
Go ahead, Renee.
Yeah, thank you. A lot to think about here. I've definitely been grappling with this one. First of all, my understanding, and Janet, could you please correct me if I'm wrong, that JDUs must have a separate entrance. They just are able to share a bathroom. My understanding is that that separate entrance is a critical piece of a JDU.
I just want to say that if it has a separate entrance, it can count towards the RENA. But if it doesn't have a separate entrance, it still can be a JDU.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I had no idea. Okay. Well, nonetheless, from a values-based place, of course, the tenant that rents a JDU has equal right to protection, without a doubt, even more. But my fear is that it will, as Barbara pointed out, that it will potentially cause people not to actually choose to rent it long term, especially given that we've got these new short-term rental things going on. So it does concern me. I'm going to go with it because I'm voting values-based here. But I am worried that we will potentially lose a long-term rental opportunity to someone who just feels as though it's too intimate for them to want to buy into that. So, I'm going to agree that they not be exempted. But I do feel in all good conscience I have to voice my concern.
Thank you. Bruce?
Well, I too have been grappling with that, and I really appreciate the comments I've just heard. I agree with all of them, and it's hard to decide. My feeling, and it's mostly based on personal experience. I've both rented in a house as part of a house, and I've rented out part of a house. We have rented a room in our house to people in the Tamalpa Institute who were here for a year or sometimes even a little less. We did that for quite a while. So we had a number of people who came and went, and it was just absolutely wonderful. One concern that I would just add to what I've already heard is just the paperwork, the registration and so forth, to have to go through to change tenants that frequently. And this wasn't because of anybody getting evicted or any disagreement. This was just because people were they were renting for a period of time while they were going through a program in a school. I would come down on the side of exempting JDUs. And especially if the JDU, I think it was mentioned, I'm not sure just where in the staff report right now, but it was something was mentioned, I believe at some point, about if the JDU shared a bathroom or a kitchen. If we wanted to split that hair, that would be one way to think about it. That's certainly what we did. And so it's a pretty close relationship with people. And I would just hope that relationship is an amicable one as opposed to an exploitative one. But yeah, I would come down on the side of exempting JDUs.
Gosh, I guess that leaves me as the tiebreaker. And I came into this really on the fence and
we can go around again. I mean, now that we've all heard of each other, this is a good discussion. We can have it.
Yeah, so I came in on the fence on this, and I really, really appreciate all of your input and agree with you. So I guess Chance, I felt like you were pretty convincing. So I'm going to go with inclusion of the JDU. All right, so
Mayor.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't mean to be argumentative, but could someone please just check on that JDU requirement for an exterior door? I too thought that was one of the
I just saw it. I just
Big-
looked at
big
government
JD.
code. I just wondered if you
Might have
might,
changed.
not that it changes my,
Okay, so
could be
yes,
the,
you will get your answer on that, but it doesn't change.
I believe
It
it
doesn't
needed
change.
to have a
I
kitchenette.
needed to
too.
put that out.
So our situation in our house probably was not a JDU, as I understand, because the renter did not have a kitchenette, and I think that was part of a JDU.
That is part of it, yes.
Yeah, so ours wasn't a JDU.
For you, Renee.
Here's Linda. Linda's here.
Oh, there she is.
Wow, magic.
I've been here the whole time.
Oh.
I can tell you that a JADU does have to have a separate entrance. Does.
Oh,
And a kitchenette, right?
And a kitchenette. Yep,
Even if they don't use it.
that's correct.
Wow.
No, it does make a difference. It feels a little less that you're, it makes me feel a little bit better. There's more privacy and that, yeah.
but if I may, if I
Can I
may,
just-
I'm not sure that's really a deciding factor because a JADU can still share a bathroom.
Right.
And they can still share, well, they have to have a kitchen, they have to have kitchenette, but fuller kitchen facilities can be shared.
As
But
I say, we don't have to use it.
they can share a bathroom.
No, I understand. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't.
Okay, let's move us along.
But-
Linda, you're the
but
best. Thank you.
Can I just say one more thing? Most of the JADUs we're getting don't share bathrooms. People are putting in separate bathrooms. So that's the trend in the ones we've been processing.
Wonderful.
That's super helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so two more items on this, right, Janet? The next step is the rollback. Right, and I guess, do you need it, you would want an effective date as well, effective date of,
Well, the effective date is 30 days after adoption. That's for ordinances normally. But for this provision, we started looking at this because we started talking about it, I think yesterday, as to what would be the appropriate rollback. And, at this point, we found some research for about 4 months. I would hesitate right now to tell you to go ahead and feel comfortable going back further. But what I can do is do some further research on it. And when we bring it back, we can make a final decision on that. I think the date that's in the proposed ordinance is simply because that was the date that it was presented back in March.
that's right, that's right. Okay, I'd like to hear from council. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm happy to get more feedback from Town Attorney Colson when this is brought back, if this is brought back. The thing I would just say, it seems to make a lot of sense what Ms. Simon Weisberg mentioned regarding the date that we, first started discussing this. So if that ends up making the most sense, it feels like it's pretty understandable that that would be like the point in time where the council pauses, and tries to assess. So that would be my recommendation if that works.
Would that be March or would that
Yeah.
be March?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Councilmember Ackerman?
That all sounds reasonable to me. I hadn't really thought about it until this meeting. And I would just point out that in the case where that's not reasonable for some reason, like where the tenancy has changed in that period of time or whatever, there are other provisions in the law as it's currently proposed that would cover that. And there's still always an appeal process. So I think it doesn't have to fit absolutely every case. There's ways out to sort it out if it doesn't. So a good amount of time for a rollback makes sense to avoid the obvious occurrence that people start jacking up the rent at the last minute. We don't want that.
And that is the reason why you do a rollback, but you also need to be concerned about impairment of contracts, existing contracts. And so that's what we are concerned about, how the court look at that.
And Janet, you had indicated in your staff report that you had found legal precedent for 4 months rollback, but didn't really know what.
We need to do a little bit more research. We just found that quickly. I sent that in an email to you.
Okay, so we'll know more next time. Thank you. Your help is so appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Goddard.
Yeah, just a quick question about that. In the occurrence that a rent has gone down from the date that we established the rollback to. So if rents today or when we have reached 30 days post adoption of the ordinance are lower than they were back in March, let's say, how does that work? Because the pandemic did do some wacky stuff with rents, and I'm not sure, I'm not talking based in, having done any research on where rents are at comparatively, but should we not worry about that?
I would be surprised if there was some rent that went down, but it would be the rent in effect at the time of the rollback provision in March, if that's what you do.
Okay.
Well, the landlord is always free to lower the rent. I mean, there's nothing ever stopping that from happening. So if they wanted the lower rent, they just have it. And if they wanted the rent 4 months back or even more, then there's always the appeal process to go back and say, no, this is a special circumstance. We had to do it because of COVID. That's not the real rent. Like I was saying, I think that there might be some discussions about individual cases as it gets going.
Okay, then it makes sense what we heard from one professional who crafted this ordinance, that March would make good sense as the rollback date.
I agree with that. But Barbara, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I agree with Janet that they should do more research and they bring it back to see what makes sense legally, defensively. Thank you.
Okay, so are we ready to talk about the approach as far as amending, repealing, etc.? It's the third option. Does somebody want to take the lead as far as?
I think Councilmember Kohler's hand is up.
Go ahead.
Well, I would suggest, I prefer that we amend what we have for both. I think, we have a history of doing these kinds of things before others in the county did. And I think what it does is also make sure that as our town attorney would craft an amendment to what we currently have in Just Cause and take the mandatory mediation chapter and revise it to be rent control, rent stabilization work. I think it makes sure, she can make sure that there's no conflicts with our other laws. I also think, I'm not a lawyer, so I can say anything, right? But if this was to be litigated, I think it really helps that we have had things on the books that shows our intentions in this area and that we're continuing those intentions and strengthening. And I think that is a much better approach than having something whole cloth from a different group that I'm sure is very valid and very great, but it doesn't necessarily take into account all the things that Janet and her crew can be looking into to make sure that we just really take those tenets from that ordinance and from what we've agreed to on Just Cause and amend those two existing ordinances. I just think that makes us stronger, and I think it fits with our general approach of, maybe this is the wrong way, but it's kind of the Fairfax way.
Yeah.
And we do have a lot of laws on our books that is complicated for anyone. There's so many old things. So I would prefer that our town attorney, who's been with us for, I think Janet came in shortly after Renee and I came in about 9 or 10 years ago.
Yeah.
He knows our code pretty well. Thank you.
A point of clarity, is there traceability when we amend rather than replace? Is there?
Well, what it would require is that we have two sections, 5.54 and 5.55.
Right.
And we'd have to repeal those and adopt in a new section. It's listed as 5.57, but I think we've used 5.57 since this was drafted. In a new section, kind of in the Chapter 5 area, and just insert this completely so it would have both the rent stabilization provisions and the just cause eviction stuff together. I'm assuming that it would take the model ordinance and also, though, modify it even with some of those clarifications or that 12-point list. And so that would have to be added in as well. So it would be an entirely new section. So 5.54 would no longer exist. 5.55 would no longer exist. I would hesitate to reuse that number right away, either one of those numbers right away, but we could, I suppose. And as that's adopting it as it is, so it's all together. It's not separated out, so you don't have just cause separated out, and that's the major difference here, I think.
Can I ask a question though? Because to me, one of the things that would be confusing is, so just cause has a broader universe than rent control because of the Ellis Act.
Yeah.
And so my worry is if you were mush it all together in one piece, one ordinance,
yeah.
What may happen, because to be frank, it confuses me, and I worked on those originally. I think if we do it into one ordinance, we got to be really clear the separation. There has to be a lot of separation on what the universe is for just cause versus what the universe is for the rent control, rent stabilization. So I think that's going to be a delicate balance, and I'm sure you're up to the task, but that's my worry about combining them. By separating them into amending those two chapters or whatever, I think it would be more clear that there is a little different universes.
But I think, Stephanie, if I may, I think what you were asking was, if we just amend it and keep it in two code sections, is it more trackable, traceable than if we completely, rewrite or whatever it's, sorry.
Yeah,
whatever.
and I don't know that we need to belabor this, because I don't think what I heard from Janet is this really
doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter. And so, and Barbara, I think you're referring to Costa-Hawkins, not Ellis Act, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Hawkins, excuse me for misspeaking.
And 1482 also, I think.
Yeah, it's all in
so the
ball.
But the question is repeal or amend.
Right.
I'm saying amend.
There's no real risk to either. Otherwise, Janet would have really directed us toward the least risk one, is
right.
what I heard loud and clear. So let's not take too much time on this, because we've got a long night ahead of us.
I won't, but
go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would just say that I'm, again, not really, it sounded even from DSA folks that commented and chimed in that there wasn't a strong feeling about one over the other. I think my preference is to make it clear if a renter or a landlord or somebody wanted to read the code, that they would understand, what they could track and follow, similar to what Councilmember Kohler had mentioned, like which universe is the just cause stuff and how do you follow through what that looks like, and which universe the rent stabilization stuff is, and how would someone follow through that process in the code. So I'm open to either. I think it's really whatever is cleaner and more legible for the public, in my opinion, and helps us interpret the code clearly, is my preference. So I'll defer to Janet on that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Ackerman.
I likewise really feel like I'd like to defer to Janet, especially because, bless her heart, she's going to be doing a lot of work for us in the next
several
days, I believe it is, if we're going to stay on this schedule. But I do find it a compelling argument from Councilmember Kohler. It's not essential this way, but the idea that we do have, there's one whole part of this that would not be applicable to certain houses, and maybe that is nice to separate. And I'll also point out, I thought it was an interesting comment, although I'll leave it to Janet to decide whether she agrees that it's a real issue or not, from PJ Pfeffer tonight, that an advantage of amending rather than replacing would be that if we were challenged on this, we would still have what we have now as opposed to losing it all. Now, I don't know whether that's the case, and I'm sure it can be written in such a way that that wouldn't be the case, but I just point out that I thought was the relevant comment.
Let me say, I found that to be a very interesting argument. Yes, I thought that was insightful.
Okay, Renee, thanks, Bruce.
Yeah, I would, it sounds, and I would absolutely defer to Janet, but it sounds like the opportunity to sort of track the evolution of something that we started, as Barbara said, way ahead of our time, makes sense. So I would, unless it's not, unless there's advice otherwise, I would go with an amendment, and maintaining the two ordinances in the code sections where they exist. I think it creates a through line and a legacy. So, yeah.
I think we're all unanimous on that. So we'll proceed with amending then. Anything else you need on the just cause, Janet?
Mayor, I know you want to go ahead, but can I just make a brief statement on something we did on Just Cause before, just to clarify something? There's some misunderstandings out there. I just want to make it brief. I just want to say that when I brought Just Cause, first of all, I was part of the county group that brought it to the county back in late 2018. And also I brought Just Cause to Fairfax in very early 2019, basically to try to save Wendy Botwin, who's spoken up. And I brought it as urgency to try to save her from being evicted. And so we brought it as urgency for that reason. At that point, let me just finish. And at that point, 1482 wasn't even introduced. And some people have said that I have made it less restrictive to try to get in front of AB 42 and 1482. And we made it final in March of 2019. That was the first of anybody in the county other than the county to do it. 1482 wasn't discussed as a real bill until late summer of that year. So I just want to dispel any rumors that for some reason I made something less restrictive than what became the TPA. And
I'm not aware of any rumors, but I appreciate you clarifying that.
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate your history in bringing these forward. I am proud of what our town has done. To the mayor, item or number 6, the relocation for temporary displacement, unless I'm on the wrong list, I'm looking at the staff report. Is that something that maybe we could discuss? I don't know whether.
We discussed it last time and came to an agreement. If you've changed your position on it, we certainly can, but I'd rather not revisit items that we've already decided to proceed.
Well, and Mayor, two things, if I might. One is that there was a majority that came to a decision on number 6.
Yeah.
And also for that little sliver of time in the council meeting at that time, per my notes here, Bruce was absent. So we actually didn't get Bruce's take on 6. Nor did we get his take on number 7, but I just wanted to flag that. So it would be good to just create the space for him.
Acknowledge your note taking. That's pretty phenomenal.
Very good. That's right. Yes.
So my apologies, Bruce. So Chance, do you have the specific, I only have what was originally proposed and some notes on what we adjusted it to. Do you have that final?
We've got our current staff report, the supplement, page 3.
It's best to go off that.
Listed right
Can
now.
I
That's the model ordinance.
Can I just say something?
Mhm.
So, and not to not hear what Bruce has to say. The majority of the council agreed. I didn't agree, but 3 of you did agree on what that was. So why do we need to go there since a majority of the council agreed on it? Even though
Can
it
you-
wasn't
can you
where
tell
I
me
was
whether
at,
what-
but that's all right.
Is what I'm looking at supplement, on the supplement, page 3, it's hotel or motel accommodations, 168.15 per household, meal expenses, laundry and pet accommodations. Is that what people agreed to?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if 3 people have agreed and you're not interested in discussing it again, then I guess that's that. I still maintain that sometimes it's nice to discuss it rather than just vote, but if we're done, then we're done.
Okay.
My only concern is just the perception on the part of renters, of someone who's a landlord, that, oh, this is just going to get really expensive. I'm going to get hit with some massive bill, so I'm going to raise the rent proactively. Even if I have to do it 5% per year, but I'm going to start jacking up the rent because this business is getting overregulated, and I don't think it's necessarily true. As I say, I think that the cost above that, which we already discussed tonight and set it at 2 months rather than these rather large figures there, that'll help. I think that figure that's now 2 months is an unlikely event to happen. And I think if people calm down and think about it, they'll realize that's not likely going to actually occur to them. But, to decide you're going to have to fix something, and we actually want people to fix things. We heard a lot about that in public comment, and I've heard a lot about that from individuals living in a room that literally has a plastic sheet as one of the walls. So we want people to fix things up, and if doing so means that they have to put someone in a hotel and pay for their dog to be in their hotel while they're doing it, they might just not fix it up. So it's just unintended consequences. I'm sorry to keep mentioning that, but that's what worries me.
Well, it's in their favor to keep it in good condition if they want to rent it and continue to raise the rent. So I'd like to close this out. Janet, do you have any other needs related to strengthening just cause?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Can we now pivot to the rent stabilization? And Michelle, can you pull up that slide for us? Please.
Yeah, sorry. I was muted. I was saying yes. Hang on. Okay.
So
This one?
the list of, yeah, the core components. Is that the one? Yeah.
Mayor, if I might, the list there, I think those items, those provisions are fairly standard.
That's
The two
right.
you may want to focus on are D and E, and you've already spoken a bit about what I'll refer to as a rollback. D is set base rent in effect at a previous date. I think a March 2nd date had been mentioned, but you also indicated a desire to have feedback input from the town attorney. So that position could apply to D here. And then E, this is language directly out of the model ordinance in terms of the adjustment. Is that something that you would support? The other items appear to be fairly standard.
Yeah.
You may see it that way, maybe not, but I think D and E are maybe the two that you want to focus on. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, David. So we already talked about D. And E, I'm in favor of it as written. And I can't see if anyone has hands up, so.
Barbara does, and then I do.
Okay.
And then I do.
And then Ken does.
Councilmember Kohler.
And Renee will soon.
I think my concern is right now the consumer price index is really high. I might be wrong, but I think the last I saw was something like 8.6%. And if you do 60% of that, it's around 5%, which makes sense to me. I'm wondering where we go if you're talking about 2 or 1%. If you use that formula that's there, I'm just wondering, there's normal costs that landlords have to encumber, prices for utilities. Not all renters pay utilities, some landlords do, but there's property taxes and things like that. So are we, by using this formula, potentially not allowing the landlords to be able to recoup some of their reasonable costs of staying in business? And that's more of a question. I don't really have an answer for it, but my worry is when we start getting down to 1 to 2%, I would rather we stay in the range of something, if you say not less than 3% or more than 5%. To me, that makes more sense because people do accrue costs, and we do want these landlords to be fixing things. One of the things I've heard from some of people I know who own some buildings is sometimes with rent control, people just stop fixing things. So I would rather you just go not be less than 3% or more than 5% and kind of eliminate that formula. And I think that's reasonable. Thank you.
I'm sorry, is it Bruce next?
Yeah. I'm sorry, Barbara. I don't completely follow that. I would say that we should, I like E the way it is now. Not less than 0, meaning my understanding, my guess as to why somebody, whoever wrote this, wrote it the way they did is because if the CPI were to ever go negative one year, it's probably going to be a temporary condition because inflation seems to be kind of baked into capitalism. So it just says we're not having to write a whole bunch of laws about how we force landlords to drop the rent one particular year. We're just saying we're not going to limit it. We're going to limit it at that. I think that's reasonable where it is. And I agree with D as well, that's being covered by what we talked about earlier with regard to rollback. I'll just point out while I have the mic here, though, that I think we should maybe tonight's not the time, but talk about item A. Yes, we'll have to establish a rent control board, but there seems to be an assumption that that might be the town council, and I'm not, yeah, I'd like to at least discuss that.
Yeah, that'll be discussed in the next discussion.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just hop in, Mayor, and just say I'm in strong support of E as it's currently presented. I think from a macroeconomic perspective, the like inflationary impact of setting a floor of 3% is actually probably more problematic than just letting it be, you know, no less than 0 and no more than 5, and just stipulating that it's 3. It's just going to drive prices up. If that were a trend that people all adopted everywhere, that like we're just going to assume that costs are going to rise 3%, so that's what we're going to start charging
Quite a law that
consumers.
forces rents to go up every year.
Yeah, there's all these knock-on effects. So I don't think that's actually beneficial for our intents and purposes tonight. So I think leaving it as is probably the prudent approach.
Thank you. Does anyone else have their hands up?
Yes,
Mayor,
David.
I do, and if I could,
Please.
I think that if you look at F provides relief in the circumstance that there is an unexpected cost, let's say for a landlord. So I think leaving E as stated, and if there's a circumstance for the tenant or the landlord where the adjustment seems inappropriate or needs consideration, they can petition and have that considered. And there is language in the model ordinance about the landlord having the right for a reasonable return and a right to petition. So I think it's covered. That's my comment on that. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Renee, do you have a point of view on this so we can just?
No, well, I'm going to weigh in that David just stole my thunder. That I was going to say exactly what he said. So yes, keep it as it is, and I think we're protected by F.
Okay. Janet, do you need anything else from us on this piece?
Mute button, no.
Okay, and you have what you need for a first reading on September 21st.
Well, there may be a blank space on rollback, but it'll be something we'll fill in and that'll be fine. And so I understand the rent control board, when it says establish a local rent control board, we're going to use the council, right?
That's right. And I'm going to add some color to that in terms of expectations on volume based on some analysis we've done. Okay, so you can take this slide down, please. Unless, David, there's a slide. Is there something you want us to put up with regard? I don't know that there was any detail provided related to the different models. So,
Mayor, can I just ask you a question?
Sure.
So perhaps, you know, since only you and Chance have been able to see the details from Berkeley and staff, I guess I was under the impression that the Berkeley Rent Control Board would serve as our rent control board. And you just said that's not the case.
So what we looked at, if you look at the flow chart, so we have data from 15 jurisdictions across the state, and we looked at all of their controllable units and all of the numbers petitions filed, all the number of appeals filed. And we took the average and we applied that to the eligible or controllable units in Fairfax. And it came in at just over 3 on an annual basis. So we bumped that up to 4 to 6 anticipated petitions per year. And then when you extrapolate those same averages of the appeals on top of that, it came out to 0.28 appeals. So it's the appeal that would go to the rent board. Okay. So we would anticipate less than one, but we rolled it up to one per year. And it would, yes, we would serve in that case like we do, you know, for planning commission appeals, et cetera. So that is the vision. Go ahead, Shannon.
And if I could just add, just to clarify for Councilmember Kohler, if I understood your question correctly, under none of the alternatives would the Berkeley Rent Board serve as the rent board per the like flow charts in the packet, like under all the different options. Our Fairfax Town Council would be the board that hears the appeal.
Okay, well then just excuse my ignorance here, but who hears the petitions? So when
Their
somebody,
hearing examiner, the City of Berkeley hearing examiner,
okay, so,
under all alternatives.
okay, and then the appeals just come to the council.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Apologize for the ignorance.
Not at all.
Me
Thank
as
you.
well.
So, you know, I'm feeling like the hybrid approach is really the most viable.
It's the only one.
Yeah.
That feels to be the case. Yeah, seems to be the case.
I think it's the only one, but I'm hoping that when staff come back on the September 21st, that they have a better explanation of how we think that hybrid would work. Because, I mean, it sounds like you got late breaking news.
Mhm.
And so I think I would personally like to hear a little bit more about how the hybrid would work. A little more details.
Well, and certainly if the hybrid includes, as it was in the staff report, if that includes us having an additional staff person, maybe more than one, but hopefully only one, to handle this on our end, we need a lot more detail about what that looks like. But yes, I would like to see, yeah, and I totally expect that we will see some analysis on that. That's what our town manager has been thinking about for quite a while, I believe. How are we going to pull this off?
Where there's a will, there's a way. Heather or David, would you like to add any color to that or next steps as you see them related to that?
Well, let me just comment on your discussion right now. Yes, we did get late breaking news, and the hybrid approach seems to be the way to go with this, but I agree we need to do further research, and we will. And I think it will be some combination of hopefully the Berkeley team, the legal aid of Marin team, and town staff, but kind of coming together with that and figuring out exactly roles and trying to get a better understanding of people and costs and technology and report back to you. But yes, I think the hybrid approach is what we're looking at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay, I'm hearing that we're all in favor of giving direction to staff on the hybrid approach as far as the administration model. Heather, David, Janet, is there anything else you need for us on item number 3 at this point?
I'd just like to really express my appreciation to all three of you for the work that you put into this to bring this to us, and also to Chance and Stephanie for your hard work on the subcommittee working with them. This is really well organized. It's gone a lot more smoothly than I would have thought it would to make these big decisions tonight. And David, I'm really impressed that while you're dealing with the housing element at warp speed, you're also on top of this so well. So thank you. Amazing.
Thank you.
Renee, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I know. I just echo Bruce, and also wanted to include the folks from DSA who have like absolutely stuck with this. I've met with them multiple times. The patients, Kurt is the most patient human, and he has a brand new baby at home. So congratulations on that, Kurt and Kyle. But yeah, this is impressive. And I also wanted to just add that I really hope, and I heard from the North Bay Labor Council folks that, hey, everyone's behind us, but we're going to need some help. I'm really feeling as though all of the advocates and the folks who've educated us and brought us through, we all know that we're concerned about our staff. And so I want to make sure that our subcommittee, and thank you to Chance and Stephanie for absolutely everything, but we're going to have to hang in there with it and make sure that staff can make this a successful endeavor, because we don't want to get this wrong. So I appreciate that we did this community workshop. This is exactly what I was asking for. I think I learned a lot, and yeah, I think it's going great. And thanks all around.
Huge thanks to staff and our partners, Leah and Kurt and Lucy Hollingsworth at Legal Aid of Marin. It's been a long journey. We're almost there. And I do, as I mentioned earlier, I do think we should continue to have discussions with other jurisdictions who are looking at this in the county. And I'm happy to set up those meetings. And Heather, do you want to put a time frame? Do you need 90? Like, how long do you think you need?
I mean, for implementation, man.
I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you referring to like when this would become effective?
Not in the ordinance, but how much time do you need to kind of get back to the with us on the details for the model?
Yeah, I mean, my sense is that we're going to really need to be kind of building this airplane of implementation as we're flying it. And so, yeah, 90 days would be great, but we also just need some understanding that we'll be, deploying resources in order to make this happen, and then coming back to you at a later date to say, okay, this is what it took and this is what it's going to take. And so, you can make decisions at that point. But, this is essentially almost like, a startup company. We have to put some resources in order to get this going.
Okay.
I hope that helps.
Yeah. I mean, if you need to come back to us with a request for resources, if you need help with doing that, please do.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
I think
we're ready.
we need to review the 10 o'clock rule.
Where did the time go? When
We
you're
haven't
having
gotten
fun,
the
it just goes
consent
so
calendar yet. This is the latest ever for the consent calendar.
It's a new.
That is next, right?
Yeah.
I would highly recommend that we do that because staff would probably have
we have to
a
do
number
that.
of things grind to a halt if we didn't do it. And on the consent calendar, because this affects the 10 o'clock rule, I would expect to suggest, not everybody may agree, that I think this would be the way to do it, to pull 15. The reason being that 15 is a second reading, but I would like to suggest that we might reconsider the amplified music portion of that. I see two approaches to that. One approach is go ahead and finish with this second reading. That's the approach I think we should take because the merchants need to have this ordinance in place because they need to do construction based on it. They don't need to know right away about the amplified music, but they need to know right away about the construction. So that's what I would suggest. Maybe we don't need to pull it, but I don't know how else we could discuss amplified music since that's not on the agenda. Janet may be able to help with that.
I actually have a suggestion.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, I mean, my suggestion, and I was going to ask the same thing, is that we pull it, we take it up now, we can take it up right after consent, and bring it back on the 21st. I know they have to start construction, but in the grand scheme of things, you know, even Dick Spotswood today said this is the greatest thing that's ever happened. And so if we take a couple of extra months, we take a couple of extra months to get it right. I would hate to approve a second reading and then come
I
back.
believe from what I have understood, Janet, please correct me, that I used to think that if we made a change on a second reading, that that became the first reading, but now I've heard that that's not the case.
No, that's right. That's right. No. If this has already been through first reading, you make a change now, you start over again. So that
So
will
tonight
be
would be the
first
first.
read. And you can't do second read at a other than regular meeting.
Okay,
So
so
if we
either
were to
way,
bring-
whichever way we do it, it's going to be October. Either
It's
the
gonna
first
be
reading is tonight or the first reading is on the 21st, but
Right.
either way, yeah.
Well,
I'd like to speak if possible. So I'm concerned that we've pushed this timeline out quite a bit already. I'm wondering if we let it go, and I'm I'm so grateful that you've raised this because it's been on my mind to this amplification of music topic. I was going to raise it in the future agenda topic. So, I mean, could we proceed and commit to fixing it?
That's my preference.
Okay, that's mine too. I see.
That would be mine as well.
Okay.
I think you're right. We've pushed this thing out so long. And I think we could have it as a future agenda topic to discuss amending it so we can get started on all the work that needs to happen.
But what happens then in the meantime? If this gets adopted on a second reading in 30 days, that means no more music.
I'm not seeing a lot of enforcement on, I mean, it's not like.
But so why not take the extra month? I know it's been pushed down and down.
Because
you're pushing all this other stuff off and you're going to talk about another extension. We need to get going on fixing the ones that need critical flaws. We can take it up as soon as possible to just make that one amendment if we agree to it.
Okay, in the meantime, we'll just turn the other on. Okay.
Well, I mean, in theory, right? Like we do the second reading tonight, get everything underway, and then in the coming month or two, we agendize that little amendment change or something. You know what I mean? Like
What I would think, yeah. I mean, we could even agendize it on the 21st if the mayor would agree. It's one specific discussion, and then that would be the first reading. So I have an ordinance ready to go in case we decide to change that, but that's rushing it. I don't think it's a big concern. I think.
Can I bring up one more thing before we make this decision on the 10 o'clock rule? I don't know if the people are here from 75 Pine Drive, but I have a sinking feeling that they fell asleep a while ago. And I think we need to move them to September 21st. I don't think it's right to be taking them up after we've already spent, 20 minutes on talking about whether or not we do something with the consent calendar. And then I would personally think we could do 21 on the 21st as well. It's not a big deal, but I have a feeling there's going to be some discussion. So why not go forward with the consent calendar?
do you want to do the audit tonight, Councilmember Kohler? Or do you want to wait on that?
I would think so.
I think we could.
Sadly,
we could do that. So here, I'll make the motion. My motion would be is that we what's it called? Waiving the 10 o'clock rule. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
We waive the 10 o'clock rule, but we continue items 20 and 21 to the September 21 meeting. And we continue on with the rest of the consent calendar and item 22, the audit. And I would also suggest, because the people from 75 Pine Drive have been probably sitting here waiting for hours, that even though we want to do rent stabilization and just cause, that we do them first on the 21st.
And
I see a nod.
I'll second.
I'm
Did you
sorry,
make a motion?
I'm sorry, you want to bump which items to the 21st? I'm looking at the.
Okay, it
Do
would
we
be,
want to ask the public whether the people from 75 Pine Drive are here?
we're not going to be able to get to it, Bruce. We've already spent 20 minutes talking about the consent calendar and we haven't even discussed it. I would just say item 20 and item 21 get moved to the 21st. And I also request when we set the agenda for the 21st that we do 75 Pine Drive first.
And what did we say about, we're not touching 15 and we're going to put that other
It's
item?
going to stay on consent.
It would say on consent.
Okay.
I mean, if the folks, we have all the staff here, and if the folks from Pine Drive are here, I mean, how long is that going to take? I'd rather have.
I don't think
audit.
very long.
Well, why don't we do Pine Drive? Okay, I'll amend my motion. If they're here,
Yeah.
let's do Pine Drive first. My motion would be, let's move the public hearing for Pine Drive before consent, then take consent. And if we can, let's get to item 21 tonight, because as I just remembered, short-term rentals are in effect and there are no fees. So if at all possible, we could try to get through those as well. Okay, so the motion is waive the 10 o'clock rule, move item 20, the hearing for 75 Pine Drive, up in front of consent, then do consent, and if we can do 21 and 22.
I'll second. If everyone's okay.
Michelle, can we have
with
a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Wait, sorry, I missed the second. That was Ackerman. Yes.
it.
Okay. Council Member Goddard.
Yes.
Council Member Kohler.
Yes.
Council Member Ackerman.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Yes.
And Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we're moving on to item number 20.
Yep.
Okay. I got it right. Okay.
Hi, Linda.
Hi. You guys ready for
75 Pine Drive, request for a driveway width variance to construct a new family residence and 3-car parking deck. Permits for the construction previously approved by the Planning Commission at its August 25th, 2022 hearing. So I have to read the rest.
Maybe Linda can do this.
Yeah, so the Planning Commission approved a Hill Area Residential Development Permit and a big list of discretionary permits to allow the demolition of a very dilapidated building, single-family home on the site, to build a smaller 1,417 square foot, 2-story, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, single-family residence with an attached 3-car parking deck at street level. During that public hearing, no issues related to the driveway width were identified at the public hearing, and there was no neighborhood objection to the proposed project. The town code limits driveway approaches or entrances to single-family residences to 20 feet in width within the public right-of-way. That section, the town code also gives authority to the town council to grant exceptions to that 20-foot limit, as long as findings can be made to support it. The findings are, 1, that there are exceptional or extraordinary circumstances applying to the property, which don't generally apply to other single-family residentially zoned properties in the same area. 2, that the granting of the application is necessary for the preservation of the owner's property rights. And 3, that the granting of the variance won't create any health or safety issues for persons residing or working in the neighborhood and won't be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to the property improvements in the neighborhood. The site has a 58% downslope, and the front property line is also set some distance from the edge of the paved roadway. Those are the special circumstances of the site that require the extra driveway width. Providing the required 3 spaces side by side and immediately adjacent to the Pine Drive improved roadway is an efficient design that minimizes the site disturbance and keeps the height of the parking structure to a minimum. The requested variance to allow a 27-foot wide driveway parking deck is the minimum necessary to allow the project to move forward to the building permit stage. The additional 7 feet of driveway width will not negatively impact the public or the neighboring properties. Therefore, we're recommending that you approve application 2218 for a variance to allow a 27-foot wide driveway parking deck for 75 Pine Drive. That would conclude our report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any questions from the council before I open public comment?
I did have a question for Linda earlier today. I'll just relate the answer just in case it was confusing in the staff report. There was a mention that if we did not approve this, that what they would probably need to do is to extend the driveway farther back, make tandem parking, and that would probably involve putting a roof over that part of the driveway. That confused me a moment, and I thought, but there's no roof over this driveway that we're being asked to approve. So I checked on that.
That's
and
correct.
That is the case. There is no roof being proposed. So it may be
an uncovered parking.
I think this is a great design, and staff has my full support if you ever decide to come to us with to change this requirement that council is the only one that can approve driveway widths. It's nice to have that power, but I won't let it go to my head. We should hear public comment quickly.
Okay, ready to open public comments on this?
Madam Mayor, could you open the public hearing, please?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Sorry, open the public hearing, please.
Okay. If there's anyone from the public wishing to comment on this item, please raise your hand. And I see one speaker, and that is Mark Bell. You're unmuted now.
Thanks, Michelle. What happened to the consent calendar is my question. Is this coming after this item?
Yes.
Or in your minds, are you done with it? Because
we moved it
didn't open
after.
it up to the public. So I'd like a response. Is it coming later?
After this item.
Consent is next.
Fine. I'm done.
Okay.
I'll
Are
move
there
to
any-
approve it.
Are there any other speakers?
I think,
No,
sorry.
I'm closing the public hearing.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the, do I read the whole thing? Approve the request for driveway width variance to construct a new single-family residence and 3-car parking deck at 75 Pine Drive. Residential, single-family RS6 zone, parcel number 003-10106, CEQA exempt.
I might make a friendly amendment to add to that, adopt resolution approving application number 22-18 for a variance to allow a 27-foot driveway parking deck for 75 Pine Drive.
Oh, okay, I was reading from the agenda. You're right. Friendly amendment
second.
accepted.
Okay, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Council Member Ackerman,
Yes.
Council Member Kohler.
Yes, I'm sorry. I was on.
I read your lips. Council Member Goddard,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Catrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Got it done.
Bye.
Can I just,
Thank you.
can I ask staff that we consider changing this so that it becomes a planning commission duty?
I was actually thinking about how we would make that happen. I might have to talk to the attorney about it because the
Yeah.
section is not even in the zoning ordinance, so we're gonna work on it.
Yeah, I just think in the future, it would really be streamlined for people and it would help.
In the future, the staff would only have to write one staff report and go to one meeting instead of two.
There you
Hideously
go.
inefficient for everybody concerned.
We'll put it in our council work plan for next year.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Linda.
Erica Toronto,
Good night.
Good night.
you'll lead the way.
Okay, we're moving on to the consent calendar. The council may approve the entire consent calendar with one action. Alternatively, items on the consent calendar may be removed by any council member or staff member for separate discussion and vote. The opportunity for public comment on consent calendar items will occur prior to the council's vote on the consent calendar. Do we have any questions or clarifications before I open the public comment on consent? Going once?
No questions. Just an
Twice.
appreciation, but I'll say that later.
Okay, let's open the public comment, please.
Okay, if there's anyone wishing to make a comment on the consent calendar, any item on the consent calendar, please raise your hand. And Mark Bell, you're unmuted now.
Okay, 13 and 15. I'll start with 15. I'm not quite sure whether you pulled it, you didn't, you're postponing it or whatever. First off, the public has never had a chance to comment on the so-called public-private partnership. This was proposed after public comment at the last meeting. The most obvious public-private partnership that we know of is PGE. How's that working out for everybody? I find nothing about signage for the public parklets anywhere. It's pretty easy to make people who are not purchasing anything feel uncomfortable. What recourse will these people have if they feel they are being pressured to leave so that the business that built the parklet can have people sit there and eat? Retail square footage is running about $325 per square foot. Parklet size is about 280 square feet. So that's about $910 a month or almost $11,000 a year. I would expect a slight reduction for being subject to the elements. I guess we have to wait to hear what the actual proposal is. Is it really fair to the other merchants who are not restaurants if you make the public parklets totally free of charge? Because they're still going to be making money off the space once they can get tables in there. Under suspension in the revocation page, there is no mention of someone getting approval for a public parklet, but administering it as a private one. Why isn't this spelled out? It should be a revocable offense. Under standard of review, it is not clearly stated that the parklets cannot obstruct the vision of pedestrians, especially children, or those using aids such as wheelchairs. Also, who gets priority between a group of the public and people who want to eat for a table that opens up? My second comment is on 13, the received report on the diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. In the second paragraph, it reads, out of these items, if I run out of time, you can just give me another 3 minutes since these are 2 items. Out of these items, staff immediately began the review of the general plan, as much of the work was conducted by Shelley Hamilton, a Fairfax resident, and that it was referred to the Planning Commission. However, our analyst makes no mention of the fact that the Planning Commission voted this down 4-1. When it reappeared before the town council, the commission vote was not only minimalized, but denigrated. While I haven't checked the general plan recently, I'm pretty sure the same misspellings and awkward syntax are still there. I'm curious to know also how these changes are reflected in the demographics since its adoption. Why isn't this in the report? How many minorities have now moved to Fairfax because of the change in the general plan? On page 3 here, report reads, a new idea that was developed by staff and proposed to the working group was for Fairfax to adopt definitions to the words equity, diversity, inclusion, accessibility, and justice, which raises a question. If the original general plan had to be changed because one person read a book, exactly how long are these new definitions going to be good for before somebody else reads another book and demands that they be changed? 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? Is this 1984 in 2022? Oh, and by the way, 2 meetings ago, Renee referred to Fairfax as a small town.
Do we have any other members of the public?
I see no further raised hands.
Okay. Was the public comment on consent calendar? Okay, who has comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Fuller.
Yeah, I just want to mention on item 16, which is the civil grand jury report, that we do have a supplement that makes a minor change to one of the responses. So when we move forward, we can make sure we include that supplement. I want to thank Sam Silverstein for stepping up to stay on the volunteer board. Had the pleasure of working with him, and he is just a wonderful guy who's real collaborative, as are really all the volunteers. Want to thank Lorena for her work on the update and on the DEI work, and also our racism as a public health crisis. And just really thanks to Maria for our report on our townwide picnic, which is going to be fabulous, I think, to say the least. It's going to be totally new and fun, so I can't wait to go. And anyway, so thanks for all our staff work. There's a lot of work in here, and thanks to Lauren and Bertus for moving forward with 560 Valina. Thank you.
Bruce?
Yeah, I also want to express my appreciation to Lorena for the report. I thought that was very informative and hopeful. On the item 14, the resolution, 2 things. One is that in the now therefore be it resolved paragraph, it says exasperates, which should be exacerbates. That's a kind of minor thing we shouldn't even talk about at this time of the night. But prior to that, in the second to the last whereas, where it says the wide range of health conditions, including diabetes, hypertension, obesity, asthma, and heart disease, I would suggest adding pregnancy to that, because as I've spoken before about a couple of times, I think there's a considerable amount of research that points to the reason for a very, very, very high prematurity rate among Black women being due to the stress of racism, not due to socioeconomic factors, diet, anything else. It's really a remarkable piece of work that has been very compelling to me. So I would like to add pregnancy to that paragraph if the council agrees, and that's it for my comments.
Thank you, Bruce. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, echoing everything that Councilmember Kohler and Ackerman just said. I just wanted to really flag for council and for the public just the component of Lorena's DEI update that spotlights the next step that the current sort of working group has discussed. And I think similarly to having that climate action plan that we hold ourselves to, and it's a living document that we adjust, I think it's going to be vital that we have sort of equity, DEI, JEDI equity action plan as well, that we can, have goals set in and milestones and timeline be really crucial. So I appreciate that was foregrounded in that document, and I look forward to us discussing that further in the coming months. So.
Go ahead, Renee.
Okay, just a couple of things. One, I was just hoping to get a verbal agreement from everyone that number 15, which we're agreed is going to go forward as a second reading, that we could potentially bring it back on the 21st to make that minor amendment and go forward. Won't hold anything up. Can we have a verbal, obviously non-official agreement to that?
I certainly support it.
Okay, I wanted to put that out there, and I also just wanted to call attention, I completely echo all of the expressions of gratitude for all the hard work. Thank you, Sam. Silverstein is his last name. But I just wanted to call out on the Marin Civil Grand Jury report on affordable housing. I think we skip over these grand jury reports, and the folks that do the work on these, it's like getting a PhD in a subject, and it's a bunch of members of our community who put themselves out there to call these things to our attention. And I wanted to just call out and give a very special shout out to Charles McGlashan, former supervisor, who in 2006 had the incredible foresight and wisdom to know, as it says here, that transportation and housing has to be looked at and has to come together in a package and a collaborative countywide effort to dealing with how we're going to preserve our resources, both natural and economic, in getting together to solve our housing crisis, is what's going to take us there. And since 2006, it says in here, Marin has not made any significant effort to address the housing crisis on a countywide basis, nor has it moved to take advantage of the natural link between housing and transportation. We've failed to explore the significant benefits of regional cooperation on housing accomplished by other counties. So I'm hoping we'll get through this fragmented approach. Charles McGlashan, best known for fighting PG&E in order to have MCE exist as it does today. And unfortunately, Charles McGlashan died trying to make that happen. So I would hate that we wouldn't listen to the wisdom he brought forth in 2006 and start looking at housing and transportation together. So yeah, a shout out to the Marin Civil Grand Jury for providing us the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Yeah.
Wow, thank you, everyone. I'm totally supportive of all your comments, particularly thanking staff. I want to thank Lorena in particular for the DEI update, and also we had some, I submitted the resolution of racism as a public health crisis because I saw the county did that. So I want to recognize the county for taking the lead on that. And
Mayor, I can't quite hear you as well as I was.
I'm getting tired. So the county took the lead on that, and I submitted it. And Lorena, we had some back and forth, and I just really appreciate her supporting that and bringing it forward. And then on the letter of which item is that one, Bruce? I need to apologize because I think you wanted to co-sign that letter, and I was fine with it, but I never responded to that email.
Oh, that's okay.
Where is it? I'm not seeing it.
The letter, it's
It's number 4.
it's 18.
It's what?
18, the pay red.
Oh, it's on my next page. Yeah, so I'm perfectly fine with if you want to sign that alongside me, I'm perfectly fine with that. So we can make that change.
That's fine with me. I'd be happy to do so.
Okay.
But yeah.
And that's pretty exciting. The vision of having a resiliency center here locally is pretty awesome. Anyway, I think I'm ready to hear a motion.
I'll make a motion. I would make a motion to adopt the consent calendar with the exception of item 17, which has already been approved, and with the changes to item 14 as expressed by Councilmember Ackerman, and also accepting the change for item 16, the supplement. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Mayor, roll call vote, please.
Yes. Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard. I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Catrono,
Yes.
Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay,
I'm sorry, may I ask a question?
please.
So when Councilmember Goddard said she wanted something back on the 21st, it's about the parklets, right? And what is it that you want brought back?
So there's a
Oh, shoot.
item in there about no amplification of music.
Yes.
And that's something we want to remove.
Discuss,
Amend. Yeah.
amend. So you want to change that, you think? So we'll bring back a discussion item, or we'll bring back a change?
Well, if it's possible to word it in such a way that if we discuss it, we can kind of actually
Okay.
wordsmith the last
I
few words
actually-
in spot and make it a first reading, that would be great.
Bruce, I actually did the wording, which I just put
Good.
away.
Well, let's do this, since we didn't have a discussion about it. I think I understand enough now about what you want to see back. And so I think I'm good. I think my question has been answered.
I'll bring my wording to the 21st.
Okay, thank you.
So now we move on to item 21. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we
Did you
said.
bump, did you bump that or you didn't bump that?
That's what we ended up with in Barbara's motion, yeah, 21.
Yeah, we're doing item 21.
Okay, adopt resolution adopting fees for short-term rental program for inclusion in the master fee schedule. Planning Director David Waltering.
And just one note, remember, we have a supplement with changes to the resolution.
Yes, we do. And good evening again, Madam Mayor and council members. The focus of this item really is establishing a fee and approach for implementation. Bear in mind, as stated in the staff report, earlier this year, you adopted Resolution 2244 that provides policies and procedures for implementing and administering a short-term rental program. And then later, in July 6th, you adopted two ordinances, ordinance number 865, which allows STRs in residential zones, and ordinance number 866, which establishes the short-term rental program. And again, keep in mind that short-term rentals allow permanent residents here in Fairfax to rent out specified residential dwellings for 30 consecutive days or less in the specified zones, single-family residential zones. So earlier this year in January, you had a presentation from representatives of Host Compliance, a third-party administrator for STR programs. And now that you have basically the policies and procedures and program in place, staff has followed up and met several times with representatives of Host Compliance to find out more about how their program, their administrative program, would relate to our needs here in Fairfax and what the blend would be between staff and members of Host Compliance and their online platform. Bear in mind, it's substantially an online platform for doing a whole variety of things, basically helping to identify and register short-term rental properties here in Fairfax, and then working with the town in terms of enforcement and fee collection, and basically data collection, kind of knowing where these short-term rentals are, have there been violations, have they paid their fees, and to assist in collecting the fees. There are a number of fees. There would be a registration fee. Short-term rentals also pay a hotel user tax, referred to as HUT, which is 10% of the fees collected by the individual host. And they would pay a business license fee. The minimum business license fee based on receipts would be about $106 a year. As staff has followed up with representatives of host compliance, they indicated when they talked to you in January of this year that they would provide services in these areas: identification, registration, monitoring, enforcement, fee collection, and data collection of about $14,000 annually. They came in with a proposal that's attached to your staff report. The proposal is for $13,823 to do these services, perform these services for Fairfax. In discussing this with the representatives of host compliance, it's fairly clear that there's also a need for staff to also do work to make for a successful implementation of the program. We looked at that. We discussed this with host compliance. So things like reviewing registration application forms, assisting with enforcement, assisting with letting people know about the particulars of programs like this, and then also just answering questions. So this is a blending of host compliance, and they appear to offer a terrific service, which would be a foundation for a successful program, but there will be a staff role as well, a fairly substantial staff role as well. We looked at this, and we are recommending a fee of $150 for registration. Host compliance identified about 75 in their proposal. They indicate 74, but about 75 short-term rentals within the community at this time. No doubt there are more. And part of their service would be to survey various online platforms to identify even more and to try to bring those into the system. They would work with the town to get them registered as well. We're suggesting that the registration fee be $150, the initial registration fee for the first year. We checked with the city of San Rafael. The city of San Rafael, that also uses host compliance, is charging $170 for initial registration and $135 for renewal. Keep in mind that not only would there be the registration fee, there would also be business license fee and the hotel user tax collected by the town. Again, it's a new program. We're suggesting that you work with the $150 fee that would be included in the town's master fee schedule, and that over this first year, you kind of we monitor what the revenues are to the town in terms of these different revenue sources, and also what the impact is to staff and staff time, and that we would come back, say, at the end of the first year, toward the end of the first year, with a proposal for an adjustment, if necessary, to that $150 registration fee. I've prepared a resolution, as Councilmember Kohler has indicated. There were some suggestions for modifications. We've made those, and we've provided the modified, updated resolution to all of you in the supplement that you have. And just going through this resolution, we are recommending going forward with this program and a fee of $150. We're also indicating that with your support on the fee schedule and support for the proposal from host compliance, the town manager would move forward and execute that agreement with host compliance. The resolution that's before you this evening basically indicates that the registration fee first year would be $150. That, as you've indicated in the past, initially for the first 6 months, there would be a waiver of that registration fee, again, to encourage people to register, to get in the program. So it's an incentive for those initial registrants. There would be a waiver during the first 6-month period. We're suggesting that 6 months begin once we have the online registration up and running. We've heard from host compliance that it takes about 90 days for onboarding to work with staff, to set up the website, to set up the application form, FAQs, to work with our finance department to assure that fees being collected in terms of HUT, in terms of business license, and registration fees are flowing in the right direction to the town. So they would coordinate with us, with the town on that. So we're suggesting that the 6-month period begin when we have that registration online platform up and running. And from that point forward, during those 6 months, the fee be waived, and that thereafter it be $150. And then we do an annual review and adjustment as necessary. The host will need to have a business license. And, you know, again, we're recommending the $150 STR program registration fee. And that concludes my report. I'd be happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
I have a question. Does anyone else? No. David, I'm sorry if you, I'm sorry if you mentioned this. So who is it, staff or host compliance that handles the communication and the web form and all that?
Sure. During that 90-day onboarding period, host compliance representatives will work with the town and town staff to do a variety of things. Set up a website, develop a registration form.
And all of this is going to be online, like embedded in our website or a separate website?
It'll be on the town's website in terms of information. They will have, as I understand it, an online platform for registering. They'll send us the registrations. And then what we need to do, though, what town staff needs to do is to review those applications to make sure that they're complete and accurate. So there's a screening. So that would be very important to make sure that, you know, they're complete and accurately completed. And then we would indicate, okay to be submitted, okay to approve, then they would approve them. So the applications would initially go to host compliance. We would have access to them. We would review them for completeness and accuracy, and then okay them. If, for example, the information appears inaccurate or deficient, the application would be denied with reason, and then the individual would need to reapply, but they would have information as to what's deficient or lacking.
Okay, thank you.
And then one clarification though, just because you were asking about what it looks like. I've looked at the other sites. So the way it is, it's on our website, but it's really a portal to host compliance website. The fees go through their portal. As he's saying, the applications go through their portal, but it looks like it's on our website, but it goes somewhere else.
Councilmember Kohler, that's right. In talking to the representative, though, we indicated that it would be important, you're absolutely right, that the town have the opportunity to review the registration applications for completeness and accuracy, but otherwise you're absolutely right.
And so I think we estimated at the time they looked at it, there's like 75, maybe 80, possibly more. So does the town send out the communication about the program and that they need to register, et cetera? Are we handling that piece of it? There's host compliance handling that piece of it?
Host compliance is handling that piece of it, but they'll coordinate with the town in terms of working with us in terms of our website and the portal and the kind of information that we want on it. But they would be sending out that information. So they're identifying hosts, individual hosts in Fairfax, communicating with them that they need to register, and then we would screen those registration applications.
Okay.
I should point out.
Sorry, go ahead.
I should point out too, in terms of enforcement, they would have a 24/7 contact for enforcement. So for example, if a neighbor finds that there's loud music, excessive parking, trash not picked up, or whatever the issue, there would be a 24/7 contact that the neighbor could contact host compliance. They would send an email, make a phone call, send a letter, whatever's appropriate, but they would basically do that initial outreach in terms of a violation. And more often than that, that violation will be corrected at that point. However, if it's ongoing, then the staff would need to take over and provide support in terms of enforcement. That would also be logged, and as part of the overall program, the idea is that on an annual basis, there be an audit of a number like 5% of the total number of units to, look at their compliance record, and if there's a need to, talk further with that host about abiding by the rules of the town staff would follow up and do that. So it really is a blending of host compliance has a platform, they're providing initial information, staff is reviewing applications, host compliance is doing initial, follow up in terms of complaints, but staff will need to follow up as well. Host compliance will work with our finance department in terms of setting up how the fees are collected, but again, finance will need to monitor and work. So it's a collaborative approach to this program.
Can I just add something, David? So when we set this up, we said we may do an audit. But if host compliance logs a lot of complaints and we find that they're not being rectified, in the ordinance, we can kick them out of the program. So there is that piece of it as well. And I just want to add that because you weren't here for some of the gruesome details. Thank you.
Thank you. The ordinance says 5%, and you're absolutely right. It's self-certification.
But it says may conduct audits of 5%. So that's one of the things we did, is just to make it that it's not necessarily mandatory, but just a quick chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Or thank you, David.
Sure.
Before we open the public comment?
No questions.
Okay. Let's open the public comment, please.
Okay, anyone wishing to speak on this item, please raise your hand. I see one hand. That is Frank Egger, and you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. The staff report said that the short-term rental restrictions would be for single-family zones. Does it exempt the combination zone, the 5.5 to 7.0, the combination zone that allows a single-family home or a duplex for a larger zone? Does it exempt that one? Does it exempt RM multiple? So our apartment buildings we know are already being converted to short-term rentals. And does it exempt commercial properties, especially the second floor residential units that are also being converted to short-term rentals? So there's actually 4 different zones that this ordinance doesn't cover. Are we leaving them out on purpose, or why are they being exempted? I am not sure. It's really not clear. Is also the First District Court of Appeals has a decision out that says if a city or a county makes a request of any of the short-term rental companies, and there's dozens of short-term rental companies, if you make a request for any of them for a list of the short-term rentals in your community, by law, they have to respond and give you the addresses, tell you about the dollar amounts they've collected, etc. So you've got a lot going in your favor to help impact how the enforcement goes. And I guess probably last but not least, that the town needs to be able to make a determination after maybe say 1 year to find out how many affordable housing units we have now lost to short-term rentals. that both the county of Marin and the county of Sonoma have stopped new short-term rentals on coastal properties. And since Fairfax is a biking community and a visitor community, the short-term rentals are going to adversely impact our own affordable housing units right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see no other speakers, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Close the public comment.
I'm ready to make a motion. If I would like to.
Yeah, if we don't have any other, questions or comments, I'm happy to hear a
No.
motion.
I have none. That was an interesting comment that Mr. Egger made, but our agenda item tonight is only about the fee. And so.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to adopt. Okay, go ahead.
So when we're talking about the audit, I'd like to understand that a little bit more because, I'm struggling with very much things that I've expressed throughout this process about our affordable housing stock. But it would be very interesting if at some point, and I'll just put this out there for the record, that if we were able to keep track of, since we're now going to be registering landlords and providing business licenses to those, to all of our landlords so that we can track for rent control and just cause. And we're going to be registering landlords who are doing short-term rentals. I would suggest that we keep track of how our short-term rental policies are affecting the long-term rental housing stock. And if there's a way to incorporate that, and it's too late for me to think about how to do that, but I would like that on the record as you guys move forward, that we look at that the implications of this short-term rental policy.
I think we agreed that we would we'd take a look at this after a year. And so I think we'll have more information at that point. So is it okay if I make the motion now?
Mm-hmm.
I would make a motion to adopt the amended resolution that we received in the supplement, adopting fees for the short-term rental program for inclusion in the master fee schedule.
I'll second.
Michelle, can we get a roll call, please? Vote.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Goddard.
I'm going to abstain as I didn't support allowing short-term rentals. I'll abstain from the fee schedule.
Okay. Councilmember Ackerman.
I'll vote for it, and I'll just say that I share your concerns, Renee, and I just hope that we're doing the right thing by trying to get a handle on them rather than just letting them do it out there by themselves, because they are doing it. But I vote yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano.
Yes, and also sharing similar concerns and look forward to reviewing in a year.
And Mayor Hellman.
Yes, and I think it's a great idea to analyze the data. And of course, we'll check in a year. In the meantime, it's an existing that we should be governing and collecting revenue like so many other jurisdictions are. So thank you. Thank you, David. Thank you, Barbara.
Mayor, would you like to review and possibly waive the 11:30 rule so we can continue with the agenda?
Yeah, seeing as we have so few items to go, really. Can I get a motion?
We have Mays and Associates waiting.
I'll make a motion to waive the 11:30 rule and continue on with the agenda.
I'll second it if we're ready for that. Hadn't really
I'll
heard
take a roll call.
full discussion yet, but I'm in favor of it.
You don't need a discussion.
Okay, Council Member Goddard,
Yes.
Council Member Ackerman,
Yes.
Council Member Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cutrano,
Yes.
and Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the regular agenda. Item 22, receive independent auditor's report for fiscal year 2020, 2021.
I guess I'll lead this one off. So everybody received a copy of the audit, and I know that Stephanie was reading this just prior to this because she's already all ready to sack out here.
It was riveting. What do you mean?
It was riveting, I know. Anyway, we have before you the audit for the time period fiscal 21, which ended June 30, 2021. Last year, I did a PowerPoint presentation. We decided to mix things up a little bit this time and actually have a presentation by Mays and Associates. Do we have them online? Have they been promoted to panelists?
Well, I would like to promote them now.
Yes.
Starting with Vicky and
Yes. So we have Vicky Rodriguez. Vicky Rodriguez is our shareholder senior person for our audit. Vicky, what would you call your title?
I'm the engagement partner from Mays and Associates.
Okay, so we'll leave that at partner, and then we have Whitney Crockett. Whitney is sort of the lead of our audit here. She's a CPA. We have 3 CPAs in the room right here, which is larger than most CPA firms out there right now. So I'd like to turn over the presentation to who's gonna do the lead here with me.
So we'll actually let Whitney do the presentation.
Okay, great.
Yep.
And then you'll have an opportunity to ask questions afterwards.
Of course.
Perfect. Okay, so good evening, Mayor and Council members. Again, as Michael introduced me, I'm Whitney Crockett, and I'm the Audit Manager for the audit. We are the external independent auditors for the town of Fairfax. And I understand that each of you have the copy of the audited basic financial statements for fiscal year 2021 as part of your agenda packet. So I want to point you to pages 1 and 2. And really on these pages is where we document our audit opinion. So basically that for the first 2 pages are what we're telling you our audit opinion is, which is first of all, that our audit is conducted or was conducted in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America. As far as our responsibility goes, that is to provide an opinion on the financial statements and consider the internal controls of the town, which are designed by and prepared by management. So our audit opinion for fiscal year 2021 that we gave to the town was unmodified for fiscal year 2021, which is the highest level of assurance that we can give the town as the town's auditor. So congratulations. And yes. And then I would also like to point out that directly after the opinion is the management discussion and analysis. And this is something that's prepared by management. And it's a really good summary of all the, what is presented in the basic financial statements. And also, in terms of accounting pronouncements this year, there were no new, what we call governmental accounting standards. So the town didn't have to implement any. So it was a pretty quiet year on the accounting standard front. And other than that, I just want to take a moment to thank Michael and his team for being super helpful and helping us get the audit done, completed, timely, and especially during our conversion year, because those years, as you may know, the financial state or the financial system was new this year, and those years can be difficult, but Michael and his staff were super responsive and helpful. So just want to give my praise to them. And that's it for me.
Vicky, do you have anything to add?
I'll just add that the audit process went very smooth. You know, especially, you know, again, like Whitney mentioned, with the system conversion, we're always concerned that the controls kind of changed throughout that process. But you know, we did review the internal controls and we did test the controls to make sure that they were happening, and we didn't have any significant concerns about the controls. So we did find the controls to be adequate. And overall, I'd say, you know, the financial statements are straightforward, and as Whitney mentioned, no new pronouncements, nothing, no big changes. Pretty quiet year. Next year will be different for sure. But I think but
Gatsby's been busy.
Yes, all the Gatsbys that were supposed to be implemented that were deferred are now going to happen.
Oh, okay.
So we will have some changes to the reporting next year, but for this report, it is pretty straightforward. So with that, we'll entertain any questions from the council related to the audit process or the financial statements.
I just have one, Mayor.
Yes,
Maybe.
sir. Yes, please. I'm reading.
I can see you reclining. I would just say this is more on the financial statements. I read through the entire audit and enjoyed every page of it. But I will say just maybe this is more a comment for Mike. As far as our OPEB liability going up so much, I know you said we increased the contribution by 50%, but we've been really proud that Fairfax has such a small OPEB liability. So I would request that you come to the council if need be to increase that contribution so we can get our OPEB liability back down more in the range of where it used to be or closer to that. And the other piece I just want to add is I noticed that our liability has increased by about something like 7.5 or 9 million, something like that. I forget what it was. And my question that I asked beforehand was that was because of the refinancing of the CalPERS work that we did a couple of years ago. So that's when it hit this year. So for other folks who read it and were wondering why it went up so much, that's the answer that I had already asked that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Any other questions?
So we do use a 115 trust for the OPEB. That's correct? Or is that what it's called?
We have an account with CalPERS, the CERBT account that we contribute to. I think 115 is actually our PARS account, which we have for pension liability. That's treated differently than the CERBT account. CERBT account we actually consider as having been contributed when we make the payment. The PARS account resides on our books, and even though we've given the money over, it still shows as an asset on our books, whereas the CERBT funds do not.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you all, and I just thank my lucky stars at least every month, if not every day, to be on a town council that can have such absolute trust in our staff and especially our accounting. It's just so good that we've got such a solid team. So thank you, Vicky, and for the work that you've done every year with us. And thank you very much, Michael. Good job.
Thank you, Bruce.
Totally agree. And thank you to our partners at Maze for staying up so late. I know it's challenging.
I know I had to do this a lot. No, I'm just kidding.
Really, really appreciate it. And it's such good news. And thank you so much, Michael, as always. So do we have to take an action on this? No.
Just receive it, that's all.
Yeah.
Do you want to go out to the public?
Yes, we do. Open public comment now, please.
Okay, and I see one raised hand. And that is Frank Egger, and you're unmuted now, Frank.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Ager, Meadow Way. I just have two questions, but I'd like to know what those numbers are. The first is the unfunded pension liability for PERS, Public Employee Retirement System, number one. And number two is the unfunded liabilities for retiree health care. So those two figures should be right, obviously right someplace in the audit that for everyone to see. I haven't read the audit, so I'm just asking what those numbers are. Thank you.
So your first question, which has to do with the unfunded liability, I don't have the number directly for you, but it's in the neighborhood, Frank, of about $12,000. We refinanced $9.4 million during the year and left only a minor amount in unfunded liabilities. So at the point of this audit, the balance is about $12,000 if I give or take $500. As far as the unfunded portion or unfunded portion of the OPEB liability, if you take our total liability and subtract our amounts that we've paid towards it, we have about 1.7 million. That went up by about 500,000, mostly because of changes in assumptions. As an example, mortality, healthcare costs, those sorts of things added to the liability. So I called that out in the staff report as something that I thought from the audit was an important factor.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, let's close the public comment. Any final comments or thoughts before we let our partners go to bed?
Thank you. Sorry to keep you up so late.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
You got to see a bunch of sausage being made tonight.
We appreciate not getting bumped. So thank you. Thank you so much for staying up with us as well. So
Agreed. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Vicki. Thank you, Whitney. Take care.
Okay, we're almost there. We're in the home stretch here. And anything on the council reports before we ask Heather for if she has a town manager report? No. Heather, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mayor. Given the lateness of the hour, I think I'll defer.
Okay, no problem. As far as future agenda topics, we talked already about the music amplification and amending the ordinance, the parklet ordinance. I wanted to raise this whole bike safety topic that you probably saw in the newsletter yesterday. Getting a lot of emails. I know all of us are aware of what's happening with the proliferation of e-bikes, but I would like for us to have a discussion on or just get some understanding of the landscape as far as permitting bicycling on the sidewalks. I don't even really know what Renee, I think you know this much better than I do, but
Well, I think the reality is in our code, we have no stipulation about allowing or disallowing biking on the sidewalk. As far as I know, Janet, you could correct me. So in speaking with Chief Tabaranza, the mayor and I, it might be something that we want to visit.
Yeah, I brought it up a few years ago before e-bikes proliferated. And at that point, the council at the time did not want to limit that. But I do think, particularly now with the e-bikes and some of those, what are the ones called with the huge tires, Renee?
They're still e-bikes, but they're class 2.
Yeah,
so
they're like little motorcycles almost. But the proliferation of e-bikes and also with our parklets, I think it's really worth talking about. But it may be a good idea to have, and potentially Renee knows somebody from the Bicycle Coalition that could maybe just throw something together about a presentation on the different kinds of e-bikes, and we could discuss it. We just hear something more about the e-bikes and the proliferation.
I'd like to have the landscape as far as ordinances, like what are they doing in San Anselmo, San Rafael?
Likewise, yeah.
There's, I think, a real lack in consistency. I mean, and so I would really like to understand the landscape, and then I like the idea of having MCBC or whatever biking organization present, but so we can have an informed discussion about what we should do.
Yeah, I think really what it comes down to, and what happened, as Barbara was referring to, is that the idea that we would prohibit children from riding on the sidewalk, which would then force them into the roadway, would create either a liability conflict or just sort of an ethical conflict, because of the fact that, especially in our downtown, we don't have a really adequate roadway or protected bike infrastructure for kids to be riding in the road.
And I just heard something is perhaps maybe it's more about walking bikes, but I think I heard the mayor talk about, before we even have a discussion, let's have Heather reach out to the other town managers to find out what other folks are doing. But I would like to say this, I think we just put a lot of work on staff. I don't think we should be asking for this September 21st. I think we ought to, not even necessarily October, but I think we ought to have staff reach out to other town managers, have our Chief Tabaranza reach out to the other police chiefs and find out if anybody has anything, and if so, what do they have?
And then if you want to have a brief presentation on the different types of e-bikes and what we're dealing with, then we could ask Safe Routes to Schools to come in and do something like that at the same time as we do the discussion on all the different towns' policies and ordinances, because everyone is different.
That would be great.
Yeah, I completely agree that about finding out what options there are, and taking a look at the growing universe of different transportation options, including scooters, which one letter that I'm sure we all got mentions as well. So there are a lot of things that can go really fast, and even little kids can go really fast on some of these things. So it's definitely time to sort of look again at what we can do. And I totally agree. The other side of the coin is we don't want to drive the kids out into traffic, nor do we want to drive the kids into riding cars to school. We want to figure out how to make this work.
If I could just add one other thing, I'll note that when we do decide to have this discussion after Heather checks in with the Marine Managers Association and some research is done, I'll also try to come back with some takeaways from the Transportation Authority of Marin and ask my colleagues there. I know the RFP, there's going to be an RFP for that Safe Routes to School program that's going to come up next year. And that might be a time to raise this with that subcommittee there too, about adding additional funding so there are new components built out for Safe Routes that's specifically addressing this growing need. So I'll try to come back with some action items from them as well.
Great idea.
Yeah, the landscape is changing so much. Yeah.
In our agenda planning session, we'll find the right time for it. Anything else before we have the adjournment?
I just want to thank you for getting that. I don't know if you wrote the flyer, if you got it from somebody else, but I thought the flyer was great. Thank you.
I did not write the flyer. It was, I believe, a partnership between Safe Routes and
yeah.
Pam.
Okay,
It was Safe Routes. It was a
all I saw in the newsletter is
homegrown effort by Safe Routes. Believe
But if
me.
you thought the letter from the mayor was right.
It was an emergency flyer that went out the day that school started.
Well, it's great. Thank you.
Anything else before we have the adjournment? No? Okay. We are adjourning the meeting in memory of Boris
Kondratyov. Can I add something? So Boris has been a friend of mine for many years. He's another friend who died in his own hand. So 2 friends of mine in a month.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's a very tragic story. Thank you.
This meeting is being adjourned to the next regular meeting being held on Thursday, October 6th, 6:30 p.m.
Okay.
Make sure your calendar is marked for that. Thank
Good
you
night.
so much. Have a good night.
Thank you, everyone.